live. Boop, boop. Star Trek has a lot of places I say it. Because a lot of different people would give a crap. Boop. Oops. Well, oh well. That's there now. That is there now. Hello, everyone. I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour. Today is another episode of Star Trek Return to the Frontier, following the adventures of the USS Andromeda and its crew. And, well, it seems to be. We're going to be in the middle of something almost right away, but, well, more or less. I give it over to the GM to see what horribleness is coming our way.
And I hand it over to Dr. Tweer.
Chief Medical Officer's Log, Stardate 1471.3. The Andromeda is beginning survey of a previously unexplored planet. In the grand Starfleet tradition, we are beginning surface explorations. Despite not being among my normal duties, I am leading one of the ship's away teams to see what this strange new world has to offer. Such are the realities of exploration with such a small crew. End log.
All right. So we have the doctor beaming down. We have Griffin. We have the chief engineer. And we have Aratana. Who are the other three people who get assigned to this shift? As these people are going to represent your crew support
Oh,
for the
cool.
rest of the episode.
We could use someone on science, perhaps.
Yeah. Like I can kind of cover security.
We
we
definitely want a security.
A couple focuses.
Well, and I have a
Maybe
4 in science.
Ensign
Alright,
Kaufman?
So what Kaufman's stats actually look like? She's alright, yeah. She doesn't really have anything that's good for going out on a planet though, honestly. Much more Starship.
Oh yeah, let's check and see if anyone has any good like away team stuff.
Honestly, Ishaq Al-Rahman.
Doesn't somebody have the
reverse
expedition
engineering and
expert
manufacturing.
That's
deal?
the XO.
Yeah, who is not among us today. Crewman Corey has some ground stuff. Small arms, martial arts, combat medic.
Yeah.
Coordination.
Right, so Coral, I'd recommend El Rahman.
Grabbed those two. I don't know if it's one of you, but someone was stacking up favors with Suzuki.
I think I have favors with Suzuki. Yeah, I have 2 favors with Suzuki. To grab Suzuki.
And then
who's piloting the ship?
Also, well, the ship is in stable orbit, so the computer's mostly
fair enough
handling it.
Fair enough.
Right now, you're kind of in a if you're not if you're not one of the 2 people who's monitoring ship systems, you're in the mess hall or in your rack. If you're not doing one of those things, you're planet side surveying kind of deal. So everybody's either surveying, resting, or one of the 2 people that's keeping track of the ship. Another thought might be
then, I guess, or third. I don't
know. I should say that the third person should be decided on by the chief, because the only reason you get 3 is they have a roll ability.
So who have we put on the away team so far?
I think the The ones that were put forward were El Rahman and Human Coral.
Also, are we still supposed to be on the title page?
Nope. There we go. Because right now this is who's assigned to the landing party, but at the last minute the chief knows someone who's not been scheduled to go out on the last 2 shifts and is kind of floating between duties, so the chief knows they can grab him.
I'm thinking of, so we have 1 engineer, we have 1 security. We don't want to move anyone from science, really. So it'd either be medical or the yeoman. This is a medical mission, so I think activating Thova Shishonen just to give them more experience in an away team mission, and also they'll give extra assistance to the doctor. You'll always have someone who can assist you with stuff.
Yeah.
That's totally fine. I only ask. I didn't say anything about it being medical. It's like
I was about to say
survey of ancient ruins.
I think we have someone who does xenotechnology.
Not to say you shouldn't take that person. I didn't know if I was misunderstood.
Well, sorry. I tagged medical in my head because the one leading it is the doctor. So it's like, this is a medical-led mission, so the doctor to get might want to have an extra medic.
It's like each shift, one of the senior officers is like in charge of everybody on the ground, right? If you were serving on a Constitution, there'd be like a senior lieutenant or something from the command division or the security division leading one of the 3 shifts. But on an Andromeda, it's like the captain is leading 1 shift, the XO 1 shift, and the doctor the next shift.
In that case, I'll actually shift it to Yeoman Heron, just because it's like you need to get off the ship, see what an away team's like. You need to know what that side of the mission of the job is. Can't be up in the ship forever.
It's Engineman Harori who has the xenotech.
Mm-hmm.
That's up to you. Do y'all want to swap out El Rahman for Rory?
Let's see. What does she have? She has Xenotech, Cybernetics, and Structural Integrity versus El Rahman has Reverse Engineering, Repair Team Lead, and Manufacturing. Which one of those is less covered by Rivera, I guess?
I'd say switch out for Harori because between xenotechnology and structural engineering, both of those sound pretty handy for ancient ruins.
Yeah, if there's like a cave-in or anything.
Yeah.
Value that Heron will add, the Yeoman, is that they have their Orion ability, so they might get free information once we're seen, and they have protocols and chain of command. So if it comes down to it, wait, we have a question of protocol that we need to follow. Aaron, you're the guy who knows this stuff. Tell us, But also this way, just to buff them, honestly, because they haven't been activated properly. This is their first time being activated. If we use them, it'll be the first time being activated.
All right. What equipment does the doctor requisition for the team?
What's the atmo like? And gravity and whatnot?
Gravity's 0.96, and the atmosphere is consistent with an M-class planet.
Do we know if all the ruins are above ground or if they're underground places we might be going?
If Actually, I will give y'all a roll of control. Whoever led the briefing for this specific team, right? Like this is what last shift did. This is the captain's overall objective. This is the things that have been marked off. This is what our plan is for this specific shift. Whoever gave that can give a control command as they kind of took charge of setting up the everything that was needed for this shift. Others can assist in other ways, like maybe you gave a briefing about what's known so far about the sites or about the planet itself, right? And you might use something like insight or reason science or present science or engineering or something. But the lead person is acting as overall coordinator and will use control command.
It kind of sounds like the doc as he's leading the team.
Yeah.
Unless you wanted me to assemble it and do the briefing for you. Like, okay, Doc, what do you need? It's like, get me the notes for this thing. I want you to give a briefing on the mission I'm leading. Okay, and I just recite it off.
Yeah, I think that'd be good.
All right, then
having you do that, Otana.
Then we look back to about an hour or so before, as everyone's gathering in the on A deck, and the chief gives their briefing. That'll be control command, difficulty 0.
Okay.
So 1 momentum gained just from the chief's coordination. Anyone else assist by looking into or helping set up the mission beforehand? Because this is the momentum you're going to use to answer the questions like Revere was asking.
Sure. Revere will help in his way.
In what way is that?
Let's see. Yeah, I guess coming from the engineering perspective, it would be, nature of the structures, expanse of the ruins, if they're all above ground, if some of them are underwater or whatever.
All right. Insight engineering then.
With an assist?
Yes.
Okay. And so it begins.
Any help from the other two, or is that the briefing?
Oh, hang on. I gotta scroll all the way down. Well, don't we have to spend momentum in order to get extra assists?
You can consider there to be a scene trait right now of away team preparations that is compensating for that.
Oh, okay.
I
In fact,
will
I'll go ahead and
step up.
add that.
And what are we assisting with?
The briefing. Basically, other
No,
because
no, no, no.
Yeah, you pitch how you're
Oh,
assisting.
okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Either reason science or reason medicine for preparing for like any possible life forms we might encounter.
Reason science, you don't
Cool.
have enough data to do medicine yet.
Yep. Xenozoology focus.
Yes. Oh, you have a medal about that now, don't you?
Or not a. I have a trait about it. Starfleet medical xenozoology researcher.
I'll give you a free hit for that, because you're assisting by doing that.
Yeah, he comes with a bunch of pads that are already like pre-set up with like the forms for documenting new like alien life forms.
Yeah. Could I go for maybe insight or reason con to get us like a survey of the terrain and land and such?
Yeah, I'll take reason con as you help orient everybody to this specific work site for this.
These are the landmarks you should look out for. These are
Yeah.
the like yeah, all that sort of thing. Either navigation or survival. Let's focus.
I'll take navigation.
All right.
All right.
Here
Then
are
you
your
have 4 momentum to ask questions or prepare. Equipment that doesn't have escalation won't have a cost, because you have more than enough time to get the appropriate equipment.
So probably beacons all around if we go below ground, just so we have light. Probably at least one holographic imager so we can take pictures, Tridio, of what we're finding down there. Because the tricorders will tell us one thing, but having like here is a high fidelity holographic Tridio recording of this thing, of like a mural or whatever. It's Class M. I don't know if a pattern enhancer is going to hurt it. It's going to be. I mean, we could probably bring it, but it's just extra load. But we do have people to carry it, i.e., the enlistees and myself.
and we're explicitly beaming down, and we don't have the benefit of a full full 5-person transporter pad.
Yeah. We have an engineering kit. We have a medical kit because an engineer and a medical person's here. I see no reason to go beyond my Type 2 phaser. I can't imagine. I have no reason to think we're in danger and escalating the situation. We're bringing a rifle is not really what I'm supposed to be doing, especially as the boat chief. Likewise, I don't think we need armored vests or anything because we're not expecting We're not expecting to be attacked down here.
Did you want to ask those questions you had, Revere? Because I think those
Yeah.
were kind of important to y'all figuring out what kind of equipment you might need.
Yeah. So the ruins, are they all above ground? Does it look like there might be any subterranean or submarine sections we might wind up checking out?
Yeah, I'll take that for momentum. There is some sections that you expect you're going to need a phaser drill for, and some rocky outcroppings, and some areas where you might need large amounts of earth moved or disintegrated.
Well, but I mean, we're just doing a preliminary exploration and survey, right?
Yeah, because we should minimize destruction if we
Yeah,
can.
because
Yeah. So I'm talking about removing earth as necessary to get better scans and analysis, not the ruins, not damaging the ruins themselves.
So that would probably come down to like an archaeologist's kit of some kind, I'd imagine. Like it's enough to get rid of and move things, but not enough to like, you wouldn't be able to move a mountain or a hill, but you can clear a mural or clear, reveal a body without damaging the body, that sort of thing.
yeah, I mean, are we
What if
talking
that's
about
just like a low setting phaser on like a really wide beam, just like
Which
slowly
is
powering stuff away?
what a phaser drill is like made for, to do with more accurate settings, right? Than the weaponized version of a phaser.
so a phaser drill, and then like when you're talking the equivalent of earth moving equipment, are you talking more like a backhoe, a bulldozer? I mean,
No, I'm talking about the phaser drill is the
oh,
appropriate
okay,
thing for y'all to use in that case, where you have to move like hundreds or thousands of pounds of rock
okay.
by instead
It's like you can phaser that away,
disintegrating it.
but it would take forever. It's like I can
Right.
shoot that, but we'll be here for the next 12 hours. Phaser drill,
Yeah.
well, I'll get it done in an hour.
Yeah, that's what it's meant for.
So on a less
It is very bulky. Is a thing that takes time to like set up and move to the proper place. It is not
right,
intended to be used as a weapon.
right. So on a more smaller scale, like do I think it might be advisable to bring, climbing gear and ropes and beacons and all that kind of stuff?
Yes.
Okay. So this kind of sounds to me like I might need to use my chief engineer superpower to get us an engineering team for all this if we're taking what's basically heavy equipment.
What is your
It reduces the cost of engineering teams by 1 to a minimum of 0.
Okay. Hold on a second. Because I think this may be the first time this is coming up, in that we missed you for most of the first season,
And then
yeah.
I'm on my second run of antibiotics as we speak.
Yeah. The thing being that we haven't made use of any teams because there's 18 crew members. This is the number of people that it's reasonable for y'all to have without leaving the ship
Right.
basically stripped bare of personnel. So there isn't anyone to add to a team. So let me read it and see if I can help
136.
like interpret it in a way that still allows it to be used, or if we need to brainstorm a more appropriate version for this campaign.
What page was it again, Corby?
136.
I mean, my suggestion would be that since it's reducing an opportunity cost, that maybe that gets applied to the piece of engineering equipment, say the phaser drill, whatever its opportunity cost might be.
Right now, that's already 0 because you're not in a time crunch.
Ah, okay.
But maybe
Like,
for
it's
the
purpose of
future.
the mission. Yeah, for the
I mean, the other half of it works, but it's just when you're doing something on ship, and I think it can work as normal. It's just a reroll for a momentum.
yeah, that'll probably be to reduce the opportunity cost of engineering equipment by 1.
Okay.
That's probably the rewrite that works the best.
Okay. So, yeah, we've got 2 engineers, so we can work as a team. So the phaser drill and associated equipment for, climbing and belaying and beacons and all that kind of stuff. Also, if we're talking about shifting Earth, do we maybe want some sort of force field generators to create, makeshift walls or berms or whatever?
Yeah, that way we can kind of contain. We can hold up the walls, prevent
Yeah,
slide-ins and stuff like that.
yeah, reinforce a rickety something if necessary.
Like a portable force field generator.
Yeah.
This phaser drill, it's something like, I imagine it's something, if it's portable, it's something that's like strapped onto someone's back or something like that, or do we need like an anti-grav sled to roll it around?
It's going to be an anti-grav sled.
Okay.
Yeah. The one they use. Yeah, the only time I think it was ever on screen was in the pilot.
The
cage,
pilot
yeah.
and the episode that was derived from that.
Yeah.
A bit of kit that Ayrton is already familiar with. Like, hey, I've seen those. We use them on my. Not used to seeing them in Starfleet.
And I have marked that, yeah, Aratana and the crewman Coral are the 2 authorized to have phaser type 2s. Everybody else is authorized for type 1.
Yeah, and Doctor, unless you have some, or anyone else, if you have any, unless you have a particular security threat you think is in play, I think that should be fine. We really shouldn't be expecting.
I agree.
Heavy fire. Like most wildlife, a quick stun shot is discouraging enough. And failing that, to vaporization, even on a type 1, still pretty good. So.
Yeah, unless you've got energy fields or like are a Klingon, a type 1 is good enough.
Also, I think we should bring along a portable universal translator, just in case we need to. We do run into someone who speaks, and we need to quickly translate there and then.
Plus, also can't universal translators also handle just text input?
Yeah, that's true. I imagine so.
Like,
yeah, if you bring, you'll have to bring a specialized one because your communicator is only going to handle audio.
Yeah, they're bringing a dedicated translation unit.
Yeah, that way we can like feed our tricorder feeds of any like alien writing we find, and
We have the climbing kit. We can move Earth. We have defenses. We can see. There's such a thing as over prepping, but I don't think there's anything we're under prepped for. Short of seeing new information. If we see new information, we can always call up to the ship and go, "Hey, we need more gear beamed to our location." This should be everything, really. Because I'm imagining the site we're going to is like, if I'm to guess from this map, this is the beam in site.
Yep.
And this is where
And
we're trying to go.
this is the current area you need to survey for this shift.
So is this like a walkable distance where it's not onerous for us to push an anti-grav cart all the way here?
It's only like 5 miles.
Yeah, it's enough to push the anti-grav, I think. Because I was thinking because one thing I was worried about, if it was too heavy, we could just have it beamed. We don't push it across the open ground. We have it sitting in the transporter room, and it's like, okay, we're at a spot where we need it. Beam it down to our location.
I'm assuming the plus sign looking thing is the ruins.
Yes. There are ruins all about, but that's what's been assigned for y'all this shift.
Okay.
And people have been surveying around here anyway and not running into. I mean, because I was thinking of the places where we'd have to do cliff stuff. I'm thinking like, because we basically have a shopping cart, an anti-grav shopping cart pushing things along, going, yeah, we're not getting this up or down this cliff. So.
All right. So this is how y'all beam down. You beam down and you have crisp, clean, unrecycled air. You have moderately warm temperatures of 80 degrees Fahrenheit. You are on the coast of a large freshwater lake. So you find yourself standing in a bit of what is now flattened grass because of all the away teams. It's kind of been cleared out. That's why this is the assigned landing area. But it kind of leads into some tall grasses. And in the distance, there's a larger forested area.
Aratana's gonna basically just be scanning around for, mostly worried about wildlife or people who aren't supposed to be here. Just general, more of a security eye than anything, but not like pulling out a tricorder, just like hand on phaser button and kind of just scanning and just looking around.
Insight security difficulty 1. One momentum gained. All observed wildlife matches the doctor's xenozoology brief. And you do not see anything that would alert you to unusual wildlife or spacefaring people.
Oh, nothing looking to bite us or shoot us there, Doc. So, Security-wise, I think we're as good to go as we are ever going to be.
Very good. Just remember, if you see any interesting xenozoological specimens, tie your tricorder to these pads, and it should input into the proper taxonomical forms.
Aye, Doctor.
Saves me a lot of time on the back end.
I'll be sure to do that, and so will the rest of the away team. I look mostly at the other enlistees, kind of a gentle reminder of, you heard
yes, sir.
that, remember to do that.
As Revere and Harori are kind of checking over the phaser drill and the anti-grav sizes, Revere says, let's try and avoid any precipitous grades if we can. Anti-grav's great, but it doesn't do anything for an object's mass. So,
So what is the sort of general area around us?
You're on the bank of a freshwater lake. But in like total geographic terms, it's closer to the size of like Lake Michigan.
So for all intents, it may as well be an ocean.
It may
an
as well,
inland sea, yeah.
Yeah, it's an and the area directly around you is like flattened grass from all the people coming down in away teams, but about 20 feet in front of you, and for as far as you can kind of see right now, there's just like waist high grass.
Okay, and we don't see any structures indicative of these ruins that we've been sent down here for, right?
You have keen senses.
Yes, I do, and Dr. Tweer even takes to the air, maybe just like flies up like 10, 15, 20 feet just to.
Give me fitness con difficulty 0. And
Cool.
your species talent is what's making this difficulty 0.
Got it.
I want to go to the high ground. Okay.
Everything is the high ground.
Well, not so much the flying. It's the they get a difficulty for talents for checks that deal with distance and perception.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Go up and look around. Do I need to find a really good vantage point? You are the vantage point.
You gain 1 momentum.
I do the I do the Assassin's Creed synchronized with the viewpoint thing.
Yeah, he screams and then just falls into the tall grass near you, and you lose sight of him. And the rest of the away team just starts walking in preordained patterns.
Good.
You do see that while from the perspective of the ground, you might think that the ruins are kind of haphazard or unorganized, and from scans that you have from the ship that were just picking up exposed structures, that too did not give a very accurate picture of the place, but you see a lot of unnatural ridges and shapes like you might expect from the foundation of a building that's just below the surface, and like kind of grass and dirt has grown up, like grass has grown up around it. You can't see it. You can't see the foundation, or like something that might suggest like a
Oh,
wall or something. You
but
can't
I can
see it, but
but
you
I
can
can see
see
the outline in the grass.
that, and like where like dirt has piled up over it and stuff. That's also not obvious to the ship's sensors.
Oh, that's cool.
And the result of that is you can kind of pick out a central location. You don't know purpose, but you definitely know many of the structures are pointing towards one particular area.
Very good.
It is,
Dr.
I will say, it is not the area you've been assigned to, though. It isn't that far, though.
Okay.
Um,
Dr. Tweer will land and say, well, I do see some structures. It's not immediately evident from the ground, but there are some places where the earthen buildup has protruded over what are likely the remains of foundational structures.
So what you're saying is it's overgrown is all get out.
Ah, well, if it was just covered in grass, that'd be one thing, but it would appear that enough time has passed that even soil has managed to build up.
Which is why we brought this. Revere says and pats the phaser drill.
Quite. And now the thing I saw that wasn't in our area was like you said it was like a central.
it looks like many of the other places you have taken note of are like oriented towards it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you may look at the streets of a European city and a couple of its buildings, and eventually like everything seems to be
Yeah.
pointed towards this cathedral. Even if I can't
Right.
see that there's a cathedral, it's like
Cool. Okay.
With like clear
Cool.
lines of fire almost.
Yeah.
that. Hell, you know what you got to do when a mob shows up.
Right.
Hit the cannons with the grape shot.
Well, on top of that, from the orientation of some of these structural lines, it would appear that this entire ruined structure is complex is oriented towards a central area. It's not in our designated search pattern, but we might want to pass that on to the others.
Can you update our mapping grids?
Take out a
Let me
pad
see
and start
those.
marking it.
Yeah,
Let's see where exactly that is. I can coordinate with the mapping elements up on the Andromeda and get that input as a point of interest.
So that's like the marker
You might be
there.
here. Yep, that is the marker there.
About
this here is the central.
try again.
No, the blue is your assigned area. The green is the centralized location.
Okay, cool.
What, the centralized location isn't the one that's closer to the water? Dang.
Well, I mean, you put your docks a bit away from your town square, or panopticon, or religious center, I suppose.
What's the like general scale of this? Is this like is this whole area like miles and miles and miles, or is this like?
So
Are we talking?
the distance from you to your assigned area is about 5 miles. The distance from your assigned area to The green area is about another 5 miles, or
Okay.
about 9 miles from you straight to the center.
Okay, so not like this isn't like a gigantic what's the word? This isn't like a gigantic uh city the size of like a country. This is a city.
The
A
size of a
settlement.
city, in fact.
Yeah, it's a city-sized city right now.
Okay, you know what?
Hey, you
You
said
know
it.
what I mean.
Yep. The
I
farthest
know
light's
what you
about
mean,
20 New
but I
York
also saw an
blocks from here.
opportunity.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is in
it's not like
fact not Mega City 1.
yeah, this is not the city the size of a small state.
Like Rhode Island.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
No, that's
although
a state the
technically
size of a small city.
small cities can be states.
That's good. All right. Well, I say we begin moving forward towards our designated search area, and see what we can find.
You thinking, Doc, just going straight there, or are you gonna come up from the water, or?
Hmm.
The 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 chief ops has come up with the path of least resistance already, which takes you mostly along the coast and then up a riverbed, so you don't have to cross any of the deeper ravines or trek into the forest.
Very good. And
Good.
besides, we are likely to encounter many unique life forms along the way, as such life forms often congregate around areas of flowing water.
Hi, Doctor.
Yep. Revere's going to kind of concentrate on safely guiding the drill and the crab sled.
All right, I will take insight con. No, actually, I will take fitness con
Same roll.
All right. I could do
for
that.
whoever's
also.
in lead, and then y'all can assist as you desire. Difficulty 1, because you've already mapped out a good path.
Fitness con navigation as a focus.
No, you already know the correct way. This is mostly can you do this in a reasonable amount of time?
All right.
Like, are you physically fit
that.
and enough to not take all day?
Then I've either got survival or free running, I guess.
I think the others are going to hold you back from free running.
Yeah, I think so too.
I could say, actually, as a lead, the argument I might say is that for free running, you might be able to go past something and go, like, get past an obstacle quickly and then scout the other side.
Like
Go, hey,
doing kind of a
I see an easier way over on
run
this side.
forward, come back, run forward, come back kind of deal.
Yeah. Because by the
I'll
time we
take
catch up
that.
to you, yeah.
Cool. All right. Because of focus, okay. I feel like this could hurt me or it could help me,
I'll
or it
hurt you in
could
a
do
second.
nothing, so I'm not sure. Oh, wow, that's an escalation. Brazen 2.
I said what I said. Do not give me more work, Chief.
Yes.
All right. So that's 2 hits then. Or it's hurting me? Which one
No,
was
it's
it?
helping right now.
Cool. Fitness con 2 hits already. Don't think I need that much more, so I'm just gonna roll flat. How does 5 hit sound?
4 momentum gained.
Sounds preposterous.
Up. Up.
I assure you, it's entirely preposterous. Or post-prosperous? There we go.
I was about to say, yeah.
Post posterous.
It's entirely post-prosperous. Yeah.
We have 3 float. I don't think further assist is really neat. I was going to offer to assist, but you have it well in hand.
Yeah. Can I spend 2 for like a trait where I found one that's particularly easy for like the grab cart, so people didn't have to spend a bunch of extra energy? Maybe like easy route or uh, rested crew or something.
Yeah, I'll take easy route. Basically, there'll
Alright.
be no more checks to get there.
Cool.
One more float.
Can anybody think of any questions that we could ask with that?
If there's any signs of trails, would be my curiosity. If there's like roads, trails, animal crossings, things like that.
I also have a question.
Yours might be more important.
Because I know that we're about to go up this river. To get to where we're going. Is this river a natural river or a man-made one?
Is that the question you want to ask?
That's the question I want to ask, but I leave it
Hey,
to
I
you.
mean, you're the away team lead.
And what was yours?
Mine was asking if there are any roads, trails, or animal paths along our route.
I'll ask that. That seems like a very good question.
You want to ask
So-
both?
Yeah, I would like to ask both. I just
Okay. So, because the bonus momentum, I think, was suggested by the chief, but has to be asked by Griffin. The other one, because it was related to their task.
I'll
The
ask
other
that
one,
question, yeah.
yeah, the one about the river can be asked by the doctor. So, doctor, you and the rest of the away team pause for a while as you kind of examine the riverbed, and eventually you find an unusual reading on your tricorder and knock away some earth, and you find a complex set of stones and metal fittings, and not rotted wood, but like like wood that's been protected for so long from the elements that it's not decayed away. And you can give me insight engineering. Oh, sorry, actually, no, because this would be answering your question. So for the question, you find that, and after talking with Revere, you're pretty sure this is the remains of a sluice gate.
cool.
So at some time, someone exerted control over the flow of this river. Up ahead, Griffin, the team is taking a little bit longer than you expected to catch up to you, so you venture off a bit to go look in the woods around the river, because you are a little bit brazen.
Absolutely.
And you do find a trail.
That's interesting.
the trail seems to be following you in a roundabout way.
What does that mean?
It means you give me insight security, difficulty opposed.
All
It
right.
means Victor Charlie is in the area.
If this is to do with like, wonder if I'm being trapped or something, could I go for survival?
You could go for survival here.
All right. Will be opposed, you say? So I will
do say.
buy. Yeah. Brazen is making this happen, correct?
No, Brazen helped you. It was not making this happen.
All right. Cool. Then I'll ask about Brazen too.
No, in fact, Brazen is going to hurt you here because
I thought it might. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't see you don't generally think people could get the drop on you.
Exactly. I'm much more likely to see this and try and like stage an ambush and try and like get out of here.
You're like, oh, I know where they're coming. Let me hide over here, and you like look in a bush, and they're standing there with the disruptor ready to go.
Exactly. Yeah. So Brazen 2 would then raise my complication to 3, I'm guessing, or is it getting hits for the opposition?
Say that again.
Is Brazen 2 raising my complication, or is it giving hits to the opposition?
It's giving hits.
All right. Renowned Starfleet officer, or renowned Starfleet crew, rather, not an officer.
Yeah, you work for a living.
Yeah.
No, they whatever's doing this does not care about your status within Starfleet.
Probably don't
Well, that
care.
tells me something.
I think I'd be more afraid if it did.
Yes, but that would also give me information. All right, I will spend 3 momentum to roll 4 dice.
French, American, Starfleet. Charlie don't care. Charlie only wants one thing.
That's 6 hits.
Oh, you're gonna make me work for this.
Yeah.
Ha. Let's see. They spend
Right.
3 for their determination.
I wish.
They're actually Q in disguise, so they have yes stats.
That's definitely another hit. Yeah.
Did you say yes stats?
Yeah. In Shadowrun, there's a module where it just has like essentially they have as many dice as are required to beat you. So if they don't roll enough successes, they just get another die until they succeed. So they always beat you by at least 1.
That's 3. And you are the one setting the difficulty.
Yeah, I can't help but notice that 3 is less than 6.
So 3 momentum gained.
Huzzah.
And someone charges you and tries to stab you with a spear.
Excuse you.
And you are now kind of locked in a melee with them as the somewhat primitive looking individual with scruffy hair and a shoddy spear walks around and tries to see which one of you is going to take the next lunge.
All right.
And there's one
Well-
specific song playing.
So about who's going to take the next lunge, I do have this this little talent called no hesitation. So I think I'm taking it.
Does that require you to spend resources?
It does. I have to give you a threat.
Okay.
I'm taking the first turn here.
Okay.
Let's see. Do I think I'm still within earshot of the rest of the away team? Or am I so far
No.
ahead? All right.
No, you're a good distance ahead.
I don't know. The doctor has
Then-
keen senses. They might hear you. It's keen
Doc
eyes, not
does
sight,
have
I
keen
suppose.
senses.
Well, before I judge that, I would have to know what you did that made noise.
I was gonna shout something. Which, might not be a good idea if I'm being attacked by someone, because there could be other people around. But
To threat, there is a flock of migratory amphibians that is making some noise down on the coast, and they're even winged, so they're capturing the doctor's attention.
That's either lunch or discovery.
yeah.
Take your pick, really.
All right. Then
you.
I'm going to make a lunge at this guy who's attacking me and try to wrest the spear away. I'm going to try and disarm.
Da, 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 da.
Does that work as a action I can take?
I'm sure disarming is a specific thing.
I thought it was just a thing you could do instead of. Yeah, I guess I'm kind of trying to do like knockdown essentially.
It's a momentum spend. 293.
I assume that's momentum spend after a successful attack.
Yes. And this would cost 2 because it's a two-handed weapon.
All right. So first off, I, as far as this person knows, am clearly unarmed. I have a phaser, but so I think the last thing they'd expect someone who's unarmed to do is charge them if they have a spear.
What is this justifying?
Brazen too.
I'm not going to speak to their state of mind, but yes, in your state of mind,
Yeah.
this is also brazen because it's the
Yeah.
wrong thing to do. So,
Correct.
yes.
I could pull out my Type 1 and stun this person. I'm not doing that though. Hand-to-hand combat is focus.
Yes.
All right. Daring security. Have a focus.
Master Chief approves. Don't pull your face unless you're willing to put a hole in it.
Exactly. I'm not escalating with space weapons. Also, that would violate the Prime Directive.
Yep.
Which doesn't exist.
It's still like Directive 1. General Order 1, sorry. There we go. Do I have anything else I want to do? No, I'll just buy a die up to 3.
Okay.
With momentum or?
Yeah, with momentum. not great for me.
Bigger than the kick in the pants.
I'll buy 2 die.
Wow, so many die.
It goes to you, but you have a complication.
Yep. I'll take comp.
All right. What is the severity of your unarmed attack?
Ooh. Great question. This is the default. I think that's 2, right?
2, yeah.
All right. So you grab the spear and kick the person away, and they fall to the ground and don't get back up. In the process of grabbing the spear, though, you kind of helped them guide it to you, and you look down as you feel kind of an intense pain, and the spear has like cut you on the side of your abdomen, and you have a severity 1 because it wasn't a straight on hit.
Right.
Non-lethal injury that is called spear wound.
All right. So I'm just taking that injury.
Oh, you can take stress to avoid it.
Yeah, it's non-lethal. Yeah, I'll have a spear one.
All right.
Doesn't it mean you go down because you took the injury?
Yeah. Then yeah.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
It does. Yeah. You
Yeah.
would,
No one else is here, so I shouldn't. All right. I'll spend stress.
all right.
Come on.
You managed to just dodge the spear. Got eerily close. And
How much stress is that?
1.
1. Okay. Right.
And there is an unconscious assailant in front of you.
I'm gonna flip open my communicator and say, this is.
You get back static.
All right. Then I'm going to go and check the pulse of the person who went down.
As you kneel down next to them and place your hand on their neck, they disappear almost like a disintegration.
Well, that's not good. Did they appear to be breathing before I did that?
You did not get enough of a chance to take any vitals.
All right.
Yeah, you look back, you turn back around on your heels, and the spear that is on the ground is gone.
Weird. I'm gonna pull out my tricorder. I'm not good with it, but I'm gonna pull it out.
It returns unreadable results.
Gibberish or in another language?
Nonsensical readings, but
Right.
it is working. It's just returning results all over the place that don't seem consistent with this not being 1 second a molten hell world and the next empty space.
Yeah, that doesn't seem right to me. All right, I'm gonna snap that closed in a little bit of a frustration. And I'm gonna mentally mark this place in my head and then go off to try and find the rest of the away team.
The wave team is making their way up the riverbed when out of the forest bursts a chief ops specialist.
You really got to get into the habit of saying hello there, Chief. I nearly shot you.
What
Yeah, that
happened
would
to
have been too bad.
What happened to your uniform tunic? Revere says,
Well-
pointing to the tear on her side.
So about that, not quite sure. To my guess, it seemed like someone tried to stab me with a spear. I defended myself and then they disappeared. However, that doesn't make a lot of sense. So I'm gonna guess maybe something else happened.
Disappeared like beamed out, or
Seemed
what?
like disintegrated, but then I looked back and the spear was gone as well. So maybe it was a beam out, but if it was, that doesn't make a lot of sense given the tech level of a spear.
Chief, maybe, and Doc, maybe, you should have a little chat. We don't know what kind of weapon actually hit you.
Agreed.
Fair enough.
It could be unknown toxins.
Also, might be worth taking a look at the area. I tried to get a scan, but my tricorder was returning nonsense. Not sure if it's broken equipment or not, though.
That's odd.
Wait.
Tweer looks at his tricorder.
Yeah.
Unless the away team have suddenly become made of pure glucose, and you're standing in the middle of the core of a star, these readings do not make sense.
Wonderful.
Revere will take some simple scans of not the area where the encounter supposedly took place, but just I'll scan the grab sled and the phaser drill, and then some rocks and stuff, just to kind of see what returns I'm getting there.
None of them accurate. Like wildly inaccurate.
Are they consistent in how they're different, or are they just returning the same thing, though?
That would take reason, engineering, or science difficulty 2.
Sure, I'll try and suss that out.
Yeah, because if they're all returning the same nonsense data, that's one thing. But if they're all returning different nonsense data, that's another thing.
Yeah, do not think I have a focus that really hits here. But I do have bold engineering. So you said diff 2.
Yes.
So let me spend 2 momentum and 1 threat for 4 dice and bold. See what I can figure out. There we go. I'll re-roll the whiff just for fish. Oh well.
1 momentum gained. None of the diagnostics clear the picture up. And this doesn't track with any training scenario you've reviewed or any experience, but you do notice you gather up a couple of tricorders and you're trying to scan like the phaser drill just to see, okay, do I get the same results? And you keep getting different results, but you notice that just out of habit, you keep placing the tricorder you're not testing in the same place, give or take a few millimeters, before like grabbing it and replacing the other one. The tricorders are consistent when they're almost in the identical same spot, but even the kind of movement you have of like being 1 or 2 feet left or right of the main panel of the phaser drill is enough to get wildly different results. Like if when the medical tricorder is sitting on top of the phaser drill, you're getting, oh, these readings are consistent with being on the surface of a planet that's near absolute zero, and has a rocky surface. And then, right, you just kind of scan and kind of through normal movement, that same medical tricorder tells you you're on a fiery world, or that you're that everything around you is made of low carbon steel. But when you're working on that medical tricorder, you look up and you see that the engineering tricorder you set down in almost the exact same place as the medical tricorder was earlier is reading that same near 0 Kelvin world with a rocky surface. So you kind of deduce that if the tricorders are in the exact same place, they do give the same reading.
Okay. Is this? I think I already know the answer to this, but just to dot my I's and cross my T's, is something wrong with the tricorders, or are they being affected by something outside of them?
The diagnostics don't show any operating errors.
Okay. Something's interfering with the tricorders, although if you take the scan with multiple tricorders in pretty much the exact same spot, you get the exact same reading. But move one to even a minimal distance of, a few inches, and you get different readings. None of my diagnostics indicate that anything is wrong with the tricorders themselves, so I can only assume that something exterior is interfering with their functioning. Chief, why don't you test your phaser? If we're going to have other equipment failures, let's figure it out now.
I look over at Chief Gwyn because she's the chief. I'm a master chief.
Yep. Right. Yes, sir.
Well, but I think you call a Master Chief Chief anyway, right? Or...
You call them Master Chief. They're different ranks.
Yes.
I think it's probably service dependent. I don't know what it is in current day services, but
I think if the Master Chief is the only chief there, you might call them chief. But
yeah,
if not,
well, also by playing this way, we're also defining a lot of those things because not all of them have been on screen. So
well, you'd probably call Artana Bosun, or because I think that's also another name for Chief of Bosun.
That is a separate thing that Aratana is not, because Aratana did not come up through the command division. That's another discussion we had, was that the normal path to a position like this is going to be as a bosun's mate, but that's not how Aratana got here. Aratana served as a master at arms. So my guess, and I kind of leave some of this to Aratana to confirm and clarify, at least for our lore, for our game,
Mhm.
is going to be that the appropriate titles is either Master Chief or
Chief of boat.
Chief of boat, or the abbreviation COB.
Okay, well, let me just retcon that and say Chief of boat. Why
Yeah.
don't you test your phaser?
And just one extra lore thing I'll just throw on top of that. I think it's perfectly fine for an officer to address an enlisted by name because there's no I'm like Miss.
Yeah, like we see like Mr. O'Brien and stuff.
Yeah, so you might just say Eritana. It's like, oh well, I don't have an officer rank, so it's not worth highlighting necessarily.
Makes sense, yeah.
But yeah, I will
Like it.
shrug. I'll first take out my phaser. I'll do a quick check over on myself to make sure the battery's charged. It's the emitters, sort of pulling it apart. I'm checking that it actually functions at all, so it doesn't just blow up in my hand.
I'll call the complete process control security difficulty 3. That added difficulty is completing the manual standard checkout. Like not just kind of the way people do it out of memory, but like the manual says to do it exactly this way, and that's how Artana does it.
Yeah. Would constantly watching fire for a hidden danger in the phaser?
No.
Okay. Partially answers the question for me. I'll buy a die. Oop. Hand phasers as a focus.
Yes. You succeed as you check out, and every step tells you that your phaser type 2 is in working condition, exactly how you recorded it when you checked it out from the armory last week. And you take a aim at a inconspicuous rock and fire, and nothing happens for a second, and then the phaser ends up discharging, but even to the untrained observer, not anywhere near where you intended to shoot. Like it shoots and a branch from a tree falls out as it goes the beam almost goes at like a 45-degree angle up, and then kind of slides around a bit, cutting into the tree, and then stops emitting.
Yeah, I probably the minute it darts, I'd be letting go of the trigger to stop the shot. It's like, whoa, no, that's
you do, and it doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, don't want to hit
continues
something I don't
straight.
mean to hit. I might kill a poor
Yeah.
bird or something. Phaser non-operational. It should work based on mechanically speaking. There, but Lieutenant, but nah, I wouldn't trust this thing to hit something even 5 feet in front of me at this point.
Mhm.
That is not how phaser beams work. They do not cut like that without special equipment.
Revere will go over and physically examine the rock that Artana was aiming at originally. I'm trying to suss out if things are working but we're not seeing, or what.
Nothing to the naked eye, to the touch, or to the unamplified ear says that there's anything unnatural about this rock.
I have to throw out there, because this could hurt me there, GM. I have cybernetic ears. I don't have natural ears. I have prosthetics. So I don't know if I'm hearing things properly.
That is a good point.
And I don't have a talent that makes it they're not supernatural ears. They're just replacing my ears that I don't have. I would otherwise
you're
be
just-
deaf without them.
Yeah,
You're
then
just hearing Kamina Barana. It's very low in the background.
then yeah, I imagine Revere's about to turn around and continue this conversation with the chief. When whatever Revere says, I guess I'll let Revere say that. To you, Chief, he says a word in several Earth languages you've only briefly encountered, like French and Swahili and Korean, and then there's a couple of Vulcan dialects, each only used for one word, and then there's a Tellarite word in there you've only heard in the occasional bar fight.
Well,
I-
unless whatever this effect is also affecting my physical senses, we seem to be seeing what's actually happening there. It's not an illusion.
Some sort of jamming, maybe?
Urgh.
Yeah.
Um,
Chief, and then the chief ops says a couple of things mixed in, some Russian, some high Andorian, some Vulcan, only spoken around the edges of the forge.
I'm gonna reach toward my some. I'm presuming a bit, but could it be possible there's some sort of emergency like shut off switch for the ears in case I'm like getting intense
Yeah,
overstimulation?
imagine like something like data, like there's a false bit of skin that opens up and you have like an actual like adjustable
volume knob.
well, not just like a knob, but just like with a bit of tools someone can change the settings on your ear without like uninstalling it. And you can use that, yeah.
I start covering my ears and start patting at them and look right at the doctor, trying to indicate I'm deaf to him.
Oh dear.
Or trying to signal that my medical equipment isn't working.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. The doctor will go over and sort of motion for him to like sit down on a rock.
I shake my head left to right, no. I look at the rock, I look back at you. I look at the ground. I'll sit on the ground. But I look at the rock with suspicion and then look back to you.
It's a riverbed. You're just gonna sit in rocks and mud wherever you sit down. But you don't have to sit on the large rock.
Yeah, I'm just, yeah, I'll take my chances.
All right, very well. And he sort of kneels over and starts examining the device.
Insight, medicine, or engineering difficulty 2.
I'll do medicine, insight medicine. I'll spend a momentum for a third die. Diagnostic expertise. When I succeeded in a medicine test, I identify, diagnose the nature of a medical problem. I can ask a question for each momentum I spent, for each die I bought with momentum. I mean,
No,
Okay.
because this is not a medical problem.
Okay, fair enough. I still get a reroll because not like I needed it.
You gain a momentum. The ear is functioning within normal parameters, with the exception that it has been disabled. Which is, and I will remind you, just what you saw Aratana do.
I reached behind my ear and started fiddling with it and then looked at you.
Hey, well, he's disabled his ear. Cause did he explain why he disabled it? Like out loud?
I
Or
gestured.
okay. Well, it would appear that you've turned off your ear.
Hey, Doc, just a sec.
Hold on. As Doc, you look over to Griffin. Suddenly Griffin isn't doing what's normal and speaking in the dialect of the Aarakocra wrong game. Which bird with an A are you?
Aurelian.
Yeah.
They're
That's
gold.
so funny.
He's not speaking with the Aurelian dialect that's spoken in the capital. He's Griffin. She's speaking in some kind of language you think is spoken on Earth.
Oh no, the universal translators are
Yeah.
are on the fritz.
Yeah, about the time you notice this,
Awesome.
everybody starts noticing it.
Well, at least there's another Cation here.
Yeah.
And it's the engineers.
You know what? I'm going to spin 2 threat. Unfortunately, she comes from a set of islands out in the middle of one of the Cation oceans, and has a very disconnected language to the Cation that's become standard since
See?
unification.
But if you look at my background, you notice that I am from a water world that was populated by a bunch of different sailing Cations. So it's very probable that an island people like hers might have settled there. So
Okay. That will teach me to spin for complication without remembering full backstories. You know what? I'll keep it.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna.
it's you struggle at first, but then you realize that yeah, if it becomes like talking to someone who speaks like you speak English with a like a Midlands accent or something, and she's speaking something closer to like Jamaican.
right, fair enough.
Still technically has English words in it, and so you can follow along, but God, does it take some effort.
Right, fair enough.
Oh, that's great.
I'd like to try to create a trait to see how much Aratana knows of like a Federation standard sign language that he assumes only very few people might even bother to learn. At most, the doctor would know it off the top of his head because it'd be a thing. But it's like I'll try to sign at people to go like, well, maybe you know Federation sign language. I only know a little bit because I lost my hearing for a little bit and then immediately got ears, so I didn't really need to learn this.
Insight command difficulty 0.
Communication systems. I'm kidding. That makes no sense. My hands are not a communication system. I mean,
yes, they are.
Okay, anthropologically, yes, but yes, they are. I'm just rolling now.
One momentum gained. You realize, because you have now led several refresher courses on the ship in this, everyone here is supposed to have a basic understanding of signing to communicate medical issues and basic damage control terms for when you have lost the ability to communicate in a ship. Like
kind
if
of like
like a
phaser.
damage control language almost.
Yeah, yes, it is. It is not like a fully developed sign language. It is a series of signs to communicate. Hey, this person, you know, 5 people down, 1 breathing problem, 1 laceration, and plasma conduit is down. That's the kind of stuff you can easily.
Yeah, we're basically dealing with BIOS language.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would.
Oh,
go for it.
I basically sign in that way of communication down, and I point to everybody.
Hey, that's one thing that's like the first thing everybody learns in that language.
It's like, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can.
and then Tweer, in his own language, none of you will make it out. He just says, "Well, I think that goes without saying."
It's a
Uh,
lot of screeching.
Please sign. No communication.
I think that Griffin would probably also know a little bit of like the ground pounder, like tactical movement signing, because she dropped off a lot of ground pounders in the war. I don't know if anybody else knows any of that, but
I would
New.
say that Starfleet Security has their own additions to this communication system, but it's not used by most people outside of Starfleet Security.
So Revere will say to Haror, and I'll sign a choppier version of this. Whatever this is, it's got to have a power system. If we can shut that off, we can shut down the effect. Then sign something like, find power, disable or something.
I'll take out the a pad. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'll give I'll actually give because they have an appropriate focus, I'll give anyone who wants to take Engineman Hori a reason engineering difficulty 4.
sure, I
And
can roll that.
And the focus they have that's going to allow them to like do something with what they were just told is the structural integrity fields.
can she be assisted by Revere since they can communicate?
Yes.
All right. Reason engineering difficulty 4.
And at some point, Tweer is going to sign to Revere tricorder diagnostic.
I will give you 1 threat for 3rd die for Corey.
All right.
Revere will sign back diagnostic normal, because I think when I was going through the tricorders, I discovered that.
That is correct. That's too short, I think, on Harari.
Yeah.
Hey, Revere. Engineering, this is just an assist. Electroplasma systems or
No.
jury rigging?
Yes.
Okay. Ah,
Okay, so we have that.
For so no momentum gain, but you Hori does think that if you can spread out a lot of this equipment you have enough and activate it in kind of like a dish shape, and then move it, right, like
Right, establish like a baseline for the field, kind of.
like if you set these things up in a dish shape and then slowly move all the equipment, which is going to take time because you have to get a reading and then move everything and then get a reading and then move everything. If you do that, Rory thinks you'll be able to pull something out of the inconsistencies.
Okay.
And you don't think you'll get much, but you think you'll be able to tell the intensity of any nearby EM fields.
Okay.
All right, so we basically triangulate the field using variable field strengths and differential effects on a array of devices. Does that make sense, Lieutenant?
Yes. What's going on with the grav sled?
You kind of turn to look at it, and it deactivates and kind of slams onto the ground, and then reactivates and launches itself and the phaser drill into the air, and like a couple 100 meters away.
All right. Interesting that it didn't happen until I looked at it.
Maybe there's some intelligence behind this?
Mm.
Chief Specialist Griffin did mention being attacked by someone.
Yeah. Well, let's get to rigging this dish.
Yes, sir. The two patients start building a weird thing while everyone goes, "What are you doing?"
Right. We got an engineering kit.
All right. Give me daring engineering. This is going to be an extended task. I'm writing it up in the scene guide. So the progress track is 10, difficulty 4, because none of these equipments were meant to be used to do this, and resistance 3 because translating the readings you get is you don't actually get anything usable. You have to like record all the readings you get and then make a lot of comparisons. Like you're writing, one of you's writing down on a pad a bunch of what look like random numbers and then performing some different equations on them to see if you get something useful out of the noise.
I'm assuming jury rigging is going to apply here.
Yes, and as you and Rory get started, you feel a deafening war cry, and Klingons in full battle gear show up. And so we have
That seems unlikely.
an initiative, and you can do this extended task as part of that, or I guess you could not. It's up to you. But I cannot afford to go first.
Wonderful.
So they just kind of stand on the banks of this river and growl, and one of them points at you, Griffin, and he says, "And you understand, I'm going to eat your liver." He like is I assume Griffin is like Welsh. with a name like Gwynlyn Griffin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either Welsh or Ira.
Welsh
Well, you tell
Klingon.
me the language that he says it in. He either says it in Welsh, I guess, or like an accented English. You tell me.
Perhaps Esperanto.
No, not that one.
What?
No, I think it's like Irish Gaelic probably.
Okay, then in a kind of thick
And I'll be eating your
Galwayan
liver now.
accent, he says he'll be eating your liver.
Oh, this is great.
What?
Join the club.
Yeah.
All right, so it's y'all first because I can't afford to outfox Aratana.
As I start
Oh.
dramatically pointing, like
I will
security hazard. Point.
Yeah. I'll be trying to probably copy that replay a little bit, but not nearly as fast as Aratana.
So would you like to spend to be the first person to go, or are y'all going to debate about it?
I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. So if anyone else has a great idea, I have an idea,
Yeah.
but it's a flyer, so it's not worth doing.
I mean, I have an idea. The idea is I'm going to go and hit someone. It's not a good idea.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
do you want to debate about that with the other players,
No.
or do you just want to do it?
I'm just gonna Brazen 2. I'm just gonna do it.
Okay, well, you owe me the threat to act first.
Well, no,
Yeah.
No.
she has no hesitation, right?
No hesitation requires a spend.
Oh, right, of course, yes. Sorry.
But constantly watching just prevents the enemy from getting first turn. It's not me that gets out. It's
but what I was trying to indicate is that your side definitely can go first,
Yeah.
but that is a decision for y'all to make mutually, unless they want to spend the through threat to just take the turn themselves. Because I don't think it says. I don't think it specifically mentions enemies.
The game master must spend an additional 2 threat to have an NPC take the first turn.
No, yes, that is yours.
Right.
I agree with that. I meant I'm not going to have an enemy go first. The question is
whether I circumvent the enemy's not going first to leap ahead and do something, right?
Rather than another player like doing something.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we weren't charging Gwendolyn for going at all.
No, Gwendolyn can go. It would just be that y'all would agree that that's what y'all are going to do, or they can just short circuit that and use their talent to guaranteed be the first person to act, and no one else gets to dispute that.
I feel like given the fact that we can't communicate very well, it would definitely be in character for just leap into action without anyone being able to tell her to stop because communication is down.
If that's what you want to do, you can do it.
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
So that's 2 threat.
It's 1 threat.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you go first. No one else can go ahead of you.
Which Klingon said that he was going to eat my liver?
This one.
Okay. I'll run up to that one and while saying, "There is no way that you're speaking like that," punch him in the face.
As you come in for the strike, He says, "You're the one who's sounding like they're English to me."
It gets her riled up for sure.
Oh, now you got to kill him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that punch accelerates with the force of rage.
You killed a bunch of people. Well, not real people, just English ones.
Daring security opposed.
Yep. Security, focus on hand-to-hand combat. Brazen 2.
Yes.
I'm
Not.
charging this Irish Klingon, and
Yeah, I was
no one
about to
can
say
tell
not
me not
for
to.
every unarmed attack, but yes, for the
Yeah.
for when you brazenly attack in the first round.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yeah. Rolling 2. Well, I have 2 hits.
All right. He is going to spend all 3 of his 3 personal threat on to use the value make them suffer.
Well,
Okay.
that seems rude.
And then he'll use 1 off the table with the focus of blade weapons. That is 5 successes.
So that is more than I have.
I will say there are. Oh yeah, sorry, I apologize. I have the directives for the episode we were gonna play tonight written out. I did not have them written out for this episode.
Oh.
Because I wrote this episode in like 20 minutes. But the only directive until now has been to survey the planet. You now have a directive of ensuring the survival of you and your fellow crew. And I'll take a third one from the doctor if the doctor wants, as the leader of the away team, if the doctor wants to provide a third directive.
Anyone have any suggestions for directives?
This would have to be something you could explain through a damage control focused sign language.
Mm-hmm.
So something
I
like
know.
save the ship or save the crew. Well, there already is a directive for that, but it would have to be something.
Through damage control language, I could put forward the directive of like diagnose technical problem,
I will take that. Yeah.
which is like we need to figure out why none of our shit is working.
So yeah, you have the directive through the language. It effectively, each of your understanding of it is something close to diagnose all main systems. Okay, I thought we may need to clear that up before Griffin decides if they're getting stabbed or not.
It's worth thinking about, but I think I'm getting stabbed.
You're gonna let me stab you?
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna let
never
you
get to
stab me.
stab anybody.
Hey, you have stress to spare. You'll be fine.
Think about it. Think about it as me giving you a gift.
It's Christmas time. Happy holidays, GM. Fabulous
Yeah.
player character.
I always
Joyeux
wondered what
Noël.
Griffin looked like on the inside, and now I get to find out.
Just take the lethal injury and go down. It'll be fine.
Uh-oh. It's green. It's a Romulan.
Oh, finally, another one. I mean, what?
Oh, no,
Sorry?
just Irish.
Cheese and crackers.
What'd you call her?
Cheese and crackers.
No, I just heard the last part.
Oh, God.
You heard what you wanted to hear.
I'm a proud saltine American.
Like in tomato soup or like dry?
Oh, jeez.
And crackers, yes. Established this.
This hurts me.
Hey, this is your mission. This is your fault.
Apologize. I was just looking at the costs, and I owe y'all a threat. Because I cannot just give them batleths for free. It's expensive.
It's escalation. Equivalent, I imagine.
Dang, stab, stabby, stab, stab, stab.
Yeah, they could just use their knives. Maybe they're brave.
Yeah.
Maybe they have some fighting spirit.
Maybe I'm just getting punched and not stabbed.
Yeah.
All right. Spin this. Oh, you all. How much did I beat you by? You got 2 successes, right, Griffin?
Yeah, I got two.
Okay, and I got 5.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to spend those 3 gained as well as the one off the table
Mhm.
to give you. Right, your severity only comes from the weapon, right?
Mhm.
It never. There's nothing about the player unless they have a talent that's going to change it.
Yeah, because the talent would be like it gives it free intense, or it adds 1 to severity, something.
Okay, so yeah, it has intense, which is why I spent so much momentum.
Yeah.
You gain the deadly injury, stabbed through with a batleth.
Okay.
So 7 stress, or do you want to go down?
I mean, I really shouldn't go down.
You get a reputation if you do. You get a rep die if you do.
You also might die
Yeah, I get a rep die and I might die.
because you'll have a severity
Oh.
7 injury that has to be treated.
That rep die, you get to use it on your new character.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm gonna take 7 stress.
Oh, sad. All right, then there's a very tense moment as the Klingon anticipates Griffin's attempt to strike them and knocks away Griffin's arms and nearly runs Griffin through with the batleth, but she remembers her training and
Stopped by her
dodges at the last
spine.
second.
Mhm. And now she's cursing at the Klingon, which fortunately none of you can understand.
He understands though,
Yeah.
as both being both at least speaking like you're from the British Isles. I imagine most of the conversation is about what you believe each other does with sheep.
Have things changed in 400 years? A little bit.
Yeah, they still
But
have
not
the
that
Falkland
much.
Islands for strategic purposes.
Which they also claim the locals do things with sheep, and the locals claim other English-speaking people do things with sheep, because that's the way of the English-speaking people.
Everyone in England watching this after the fact, we love you. Don't worry about it. Though some of you might agree, but you know.
It's a tradition I like to take part in. I claim people from Louisiana and Arkansas do things with sheep.
Also, sheep out there, how are you watching this? How are you understanding me?
Same goes for people from Louisiana and Arkansas. But anyway,
God's almighty.
They only just invented the sheep, so.
So,
So am I going, or is one of you going to spend?
I'm not spending. I don't know if anyone
Yeah,
else is going to. Because it costs to keep.
yeah.
All right. Then I will have Mac Klingon try to stab Griffin.
Yeah.
As
Well-
he yells,
Sassenach.
where his sheet? There his sheet is. Unfortunately, I can't afford to do anything but just stab.
Uh-huh.
Stabby, stab, stab, stab.
Well, fortunately, I still get to oppose a melee attack against me.
You do. And he set the difficulty at 1.
Yeah. Well, daring, security, hand-to-hand combat focus. I'll spend momentum for a third die just because I can probably make momentum off of this. Hey,
Nice.
2 momentum gained.
now my question is, does he come at me saying something like "Long live the Empire"?
Yes, but not the one you're thinking of.
Exactly.
Black as bar.
Kalis save the queen?
Yeah.
Uh, at this point, his yelling is still in Gaelic, but is incomprehensible, which I think means
Means something. Uh-oh.
nothing has changed, but it's not as clear anymore. He tries to stab you with a batleth and says something about his shillelagh.
Uh-huh.
You're fair. You don't think Irish has a word for batleth, other than batleth.
Yeah. Lone worth our thing. I could probably do something like curved sword.
The Irish
Well,
He
Klingons.
doesn't want you to confuse it with like a tilwar or a scimitar.
Right.
Yeah.
Irish Klingons, so they're probably reciting the Toyn as they come into battle.
So, I beat him. Can I inflict a hit back? That's
Yes,
not how that works.
yes, that is still how
Cool.
that works.
Wonderful. I think I can't do anything about the severity. I just have a severity 2 hit then.
You can spend 2 momentum to increase it by 1. That's about it.
That doesn't really seem worth it to me right now. I'll just log.
He'll either fall down or he can soak it. So
Yeah.
Right now he doesn't have to do either because he's a Klingon wearing basic armor.
yeah.
Yeah. It's non-lethal though, so I think you would still have enough resistance without that, right?
Without
I'm
that
trying to remember
3.
how Recall works. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me double check.
Oh, there's Klingon. They get 1 protection for Black Lull, and if they have body armor, that's another 1. So they'd have a base
Yeah,
2
so
at least.
Yeah, that's what I was anticipating. Yeah.
right. So I could spend 2 to inflict 1, I guess.
Which may drop them, or they just soak the 1 stress. Yeah.
Yeah. Eh, I feel more confident in leaving that for other people to do stuff with it than trying to inflict 1 stress.
Mm.
I think.
Yeah, because we
Right.
don't know if these are goons or if they're like
Exactly.
beefy.
I cannot spend to keep it, so it goes to y'all.
Okay, I'll tell y'all now. The engineer's gonna engineer. I'm gonna like try and concentrate on the task. So I don't know if somebody wants to go before me or what.
Um. Sort of, but yours is more
Okay.
important. Mine's really a flyer, so I think you should use the resources first. Mine's a reach.
Okie dokie. So yeah, Revere is going to work on the task. I think I'm going to spend my determination on I've got to figure this out.
I'll take it.
Uh,
Is that a callback?
yes, actually. Oh, this will be an arc.
So what was the original mission and what was the milestone?
The original mission was creating and implementing new warp field manipulation theory, and then the milestone was building a gas compressor out of scrap. A
Yeah,
chance with
you
destiny
definitely,
and silent service.
yeah, definitely building something out of incorrect parts works.
Okie dokie.
So that's, yeah, you can mark this down and get an arc,
Okay. So let's see. That's
which means you
2.
gain a point of determination that you cannot use on this task, but can use going forward.
Okay, I will mark myself as having another point of determination. And in the meantime, difficulty 4. So let me spend 3 for 4 dice, 3 momentum for 4 dice. No, it would actually be. I would need.
No, it would be 3. It's just
Okay.
one of your 4 dice is set aside as a crit.
Yep.
Okay. And I might want to spend some threat though, because I do have bold. So let me give you 1 threat and keep one of those. Let's keep one of those momentum so I can have bold fire. Well, there you go. And then.
So that is 7 on a diff 4, so 3 momentum gained. What is
Okay.
your engineering?
4.
So you're gaining 1 progress at the moment.
Then I've got 4 on the table, right? So the most I can get it to is 3, because I can spend 4 and get
Yes.
2 more points, which is not a breakthrough.
You could try to get an assist.
Yeah, does someone want to assist or someone want to take Horror? Horror.
I think that would really be only the doctor at this point. So do you have something you plan to do with the doctor or one of the other supports?
Me?
Yes.
I mean, I could help with horror.
Okay. Then give me daring engineering, 1 dice.
Nope, sorry.
Oh, don't forget, you.
Hmm?
Hold on, I'm looking at something. I was thinking whether or not you had a trait out there for the toolkit, but no, I think the toolkit is what allows you to do this without being penalized by an additional difficulty. I generally write the task assuming you have the correct tools. It's additional tools you might have that you'd want to call out.
Okay, so the no.
So just to get some work on the track, does anybody mind if I spend that for, or does somebody need it for their next play?
You probably should. Getting figuring this out's very important, I think.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll spend the 4 to add 2 to the progress track.
All right, 3 progress done.
Aye.
Another Klingon is going to step forward. Does Griffin know any other languages, or just Irish?
He would
Gaelic?
also know English.
Then he speaks in received pronunciation English that you are a heathen and must be killed. You are a blight upon these fair isles.
He continues cursing, but now in that direction.
All right, I'll spend 1. And that is too many dice. Although, because they have threat, they get a reroll with threatening security, so another dice needed to be rolled anyways. So, 4 successes as they try to bring their Batleth on you.
Four successes.
I
There's four
assume,
successes.
actually, I haven't ever checked this before. I assume it's like, y'all, if y'all spend the escalation, as many people as are present in the scene can have a type.
You only spend
3 without
escalation
expenditure.
once. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that even for them, right? If it's escalation and every one of them gets whatever that new weapon was. Okay, so
fun.
It's opportunity that you have
yeah,
to spend multiple times.
Yeah.
I'm going to not like that this is happening. Let's see. Do I have anything for this? What are the mission directives again?
Like investigate the site, protect the crew.
Oh, it
figure out
was
what the
investigate the it was to conduct the survey, save yourself and your fellow crew, and complete a diagnostic on the equipment.
Cool. I'll spend towards directive 2 then to get 2
Okay.
here. Faith of the Heart is going to generate a momentum when I do that.
If you were a Klingon, it'd be Faith of the 2 Hearts.
True, but I'm not a Klingon, as far as we know.
Which Klingons masquerading as humans has come up already.
Yeah. But as far as I'm aware, these Klingons are could more likely be humans masquerading as Klingon because they're speaking human languages. So
I spent a summer abroad.
Oh, got it.
Why they
Yeah.
set on Ireland and England, I don't know, but they did.
Yeah, hand-to-hand combat as a focus.
They just like rainy seasons.
Yeah, I will spend that momentum that I generated to roll a second die on top of the termination die.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey!
That's 6 successes.
Nicely done.
2 momentum gained.
Uh-huh. I'm so good at this.
You find yourself nearly sliced in half again, but you're managing to dodge the incoming blows.
Mm-hmm.
But for how long?
Yeah, this time I am going to spend one of those momentum to actually inflict damage on my return strike.
You'd have to spend 2. You don't have intense.
Right. I'll spend 2 then.
You hit him and he flies back and disintegrates.
I'll kind of, work my somewhere in my mouth a little bit. Right. All right then. As anyone who was watching just saw Griffin take a Klingon across
Augment, get her!
the battlefield. Yeah.
Sweet. Well, it was an English Klingon, so.
And I think she'll
It goes
settle
to-
into a more of a fighting stance and beckon the next Klingon towards her.
It goes to Aratana. As Aratana, I will point out from your kind of more central perspective and seeing Griffin has drawn the attention of all of the Klingons because she's so brazen and out in front of all of y'all. You don't I mean, she's fighting off well now, but how long can she stand up to being the focus of such attention?
Yeah, I'm gonna get up and start reaching out to these guys.
All right.
Out.
I'm basically reaching out the nerve pinch, the center one, as they're looking over her, just leap up and try to lunge at him. Pardon me, sorry.
All right. Go ahead. Because this is fitness science, isn't it?
It is.
Because you normally use fitness over daring, and then this, the pinch specifically, I think allows science instead of security.
I will be using security.
Okay.
But it is applied force lets me shift it from daring into fitness. So I can turn between 2 of the talents between applied force and nerve pinch. I can applied force nerve pinch somebody with fitness security or fitness science, but my security is better.
Yeah, it says you may use.
Yeah. And I am
stun severity 3 and intense. Ooh.
Actually it turns into intensity 4 because of applied force.
Oh, okay.
Between nerve pinch and my applied force, it hurts a lot. I am gonna spend. I'm gonna spend toward the value a determination. Sometimes force is required to enforce compliance. I don't want them to interfere with the team.
That is true. You have a responsibility to protect the engineering crew as they complete their task.
And I'm going to call back, I think. When's the last time I did this? It was. There's probably more than one, but I think it's the only time I did it. I don't use this very often. Yeah, it's the only one. So Tabula Rasa, double check the mission, see if it makes sense.
Yeah, because Tabula Rasa, you were fighting the Klingons to protect the baby.
Oh, there we go.
I think this is exactly the situation you used it in.
I'll note that Aratana was considering meditating and trying something, but after seeing Gwen basically super punch one of them away and disintegrate. It's one of those. Nah, force. I'll do it. I won't do it the mystical Vulcan way. I'm just gonna nerve punch somebody and make them go away. Like, oh, just regular force works. Oh, I'll give it a go. So yeah. Marking down that I called that back so I don't forget, because if I do, I will be mad at myself. Tabula rasa. Scroll.
So that's a milestone?
That is a milestone, yeah.
All right, so determination point gained.
And I'm not spending anything else. This is hand-to-hand combat. I only roll 1 die because I'm not buying anything. Three.
It's not supposed to roll that many dice, but I did not spend any extra, so it's only supposed to be 2 dice. That's 1 in a complication.
I gained 2, I imagine.
You gained 2, yes.
That's intensity 4, nerve pinch. Severity 4, sorry. Wrong word.
And for his complication, I'm gonna add the scene trait as memories of Tog von Drellian come back to memory, because that's you're calling back to the time to a fight, or to at least one of the series of fights that ended in his death. So at least you and Griffin, because I think y'all were the only one who experienced those fights, can use that scene trait. And as you hit him, he kind of growls as you pinch his neck, and then he disintegrates.
Slight raise of eyebrow of, yeah, that's not supposed to happen. That's just weird.
I think it goes to me.
Yeah, because I'm not going to spend to keep it. I'm hoping I've drawn these guys' attention.
That would require a trait of at least intensity 2 to have it be a roll, 3 to guarantee it. Because Griffin is suffering from basically a severity 2 trait they've created on themselves.
In that case, I'll actually spend the 2 momentum to create the trait, and then Grand Kite Order of Tactics increase the potency of it. Basically, purposely wading into them and trying to get in their attack paths. Like I'm purposely making myself easier to swing at.
I'm assuming this is going to work, but I want to check the wording of Grand Kite real quick.
Sure. Whoops. Helps if I can see my own sheet.
Okay, so in this case, your tactic would be intentionally appearing to be a greater threat than you are.
Yeah.
Okay, that's enough that I will give them a roll. They'll basically no threat spent or anything, just a straight roll, and they'll have to get at least 1 success. These 2 have to get at least 1 success, or they'll cross the river. These guys over here, without an extra intensity forcing them, it's just makes more sense for them to go after the closer threat.
Yeah.
So for the roll twice for the 2 guys across, and it's probably going to roll 4 dice. Who knows why? So, hey, it did. So the first guy gains momentum. Both of them are going to cross. They see you, and you are probably like waving around, trying to make a show of your knowledge of Vulcan martial arts, and they don't seem to care, as Griffin is fighting off several opponents. Actually, I shouldn't move them yet because I need to do it strict turn order, but that's just to say.
Successfully fighting off multiple opponents, I'll have you know.
Well, let's see. The chief is trying to save you, but you're so brazen.
The 5/6 Irish woman is really the threat here, guys.
Oh,
All right.
as is usual.
Let's spend my threat on a quick stab. Who knows? It's going to roll too many dice. I don't know why, and I don't have time to fix it. Oh my god.
No. Huh? I
You
don't
put
think you
your
have a way
eye
to
out.
reroll that, do you?
He growls at you. You easily move out of the way. He trips and stabs himself with the batleth and disintegrates.
Worth checking how much momentum is generated, though.
Yeah, I do still get to
Yes.
resist.
You still do get to oppose him.
Because
Yeah.
if you get 0, then, you know. Not really.
Get one off of it.
Yeah, you get one more. All right.
Also important to comp check.
That too,
Yeah.
yeah.
If we both had 2 comps, then it would have been really interesting.
He stabs himself and you fall on his blade. What? How?
What?
The choreographer
There's
was having
2
a
ends of
field
bat
day.
left, that's how.
Spin turn,
All
kick
right.
turn.
Another one.
Yeah, we're
coming
having
behind you.
we're having one of those really wild TOS era fights.
He gets he gets a hit. So
I'll spend the momentum that I generated on the last one to roll 3 on this one.
Okay.
Hands.
I'll buy off the comp. I feel like the comp would be I also get stabbed.
I have other complications in my repertoire.
Sure you do.
But he does like the stabbing.
Yeah. So
It's because you won't. You keep trying to not get stabbed. You won't even let me stab you once.
Hey, I got stabbed.
She let you stab her once.
Yeah.
What
Got
the
stabbed.
demand?
No, you didn't. You keep paying them off.
It's okay.
Right,
we
sorry.
believe in
I've
you.
been stabbed at twice.
Yeah, but you won't let my stabbing stick.
Look, it's very stressful. And what I mean by that is I'm giving you 2 threat, and I'm spending the 2 momentum I generated to deal damage back.
The stabbing stick. That's what the Klingons have.
Those are not sticks. You take that back. Those are lumps of iron.
That's what the warrior who attacked earlier had. He had a stabbing stick.
No. Oh, yes.
He goes flying back and disintegrates. Another warrior comes up.
Our helms person is just incredibly impressive in so many unexpected ways.
Hold on real quick. Okay, you only gain 1 momentum because he has bold security, and I forgot to roll that.
Then he wouldn't have gone flying back. We wouldn't
Then
have
I
had
wouldn't
enough.
have been able to. Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to.
Okay.
So that one, I don't think I can spend threat for that. So.
No. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Cool. So we have 1 momentum then, and there's still 3 people.
All right. This guy, he is going to spend 1 threat.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to give us momentum. That's your house rules now.
Yeah. Like, I mean, players can have can have personal threat. It is allowed. We can spend that as though we were spending threat.
You don't want me to do that.
No, we really don't.
Because if I hit you, I don't think you have enough stress to handle another hit.
Here, you get
That's
12
correct.
momentum. Unfortunately, you're dead.
That's 2 successes and a comp, and a 0. He's going to re-roll the comp, which is I'll take that other rolled dice that he's rolling too many dice for.
So 2 hits.
So that's 2 successes.
I will spend the momentum I generated to roll 3. I have to stay alive here. Well, technically I don't. We do have a doctor, but you know. Oh, technically I don't. We do have a doctor. Yeah. We're tied right now.
With that complication.
So what happens on a melee tie normally?
Defender's the
You are setting the difficulty for defense, so he is succeeding right now.
Got it.
You're not just gonna lose; you're gonna lose terribly if you take
Yeah.
that comp.
Yeah.
Because you're one thing to succeed and then get a comp; it's a whole other thing to fail and comp.
Exactly. I'm looking to see if I have anything I can do, and I don't think I do.
You don't have a
I will
determination left.
offer success at an additional complication.
I think
I
I'm
think I
all
have something
right.
suitably dramatic in mind, but it may be a bit much for you, so you may want to do something else.
I'm going to Legion of Honor the complication away.
There you go. Just a normal fail.
Yeah.
Okay.
Normal fail.
And I assume the success at complication is rejected.
Yeah, I'll reject it. Sure.
Okay.
It sounds interesting, but I feel like my fellow players would kill me. So.
No, they would, and then your fellow players would try to undo the killing. But yes.
I see.
That's how that works.
At least one of us will, anyway.
But I won't find a backhanded way to stab you. You're going to let me just stab you normally.
But,
So
see, it's like a holiday present for you.
I spend 1, and this is a intensity 4 stab wound that is deadly. You can avoid that with stress if you
I have enough.
Does that
I can do
fills
that.
you up? That fills you up, doesn't it?
No, it would leave me with 1 stress.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll do that. I have 1 stress left.
All right, we go to the next round.
I am not letting you stab me. Turns out.
Oops.
I'm playing chicken with getting stabbed.
I think y'all get to go first.
Artana, do you want to try and bail out Griffin some, or
yeah, I can jump in there
Yeah.
and start nerve pinching. I should be able to connect. Ra. I said Ra.
Rah Rasputin.
Lover of the Russian queen.
Rasputin?
I'll say since you're on the opposite, since you're on this bank now, all 3 of them will make a check to see who they attack if they're
How's
still
Rasa?
up.
Haha. I hate to do this back to back, but you're getting beat up pretty bad. They're getting connects, and that's bad lets suck. So yeah, I'm gonna spend toward sometimes force is required to enforce compliance. As I'm trying to get them to, it's like, no, I am the threat. I'm not letting you ignore me. Come here.
Yes. I'll take it.
I can't loop back because I've only had 1 thing anyway. Besides, I've already connected, so I'm okay. I suppose I can regenerate it, but there's nothing else to connect it to. So swing at this guy with nerve pinch applied force. Boop. That's 3.
That was only supposed to be 2 dice, so that is 1 success. So you gain 2 momentum.
Yep, just pinching him down for 4.
Most likely.
And you know what? No, if I swift, the diff goes up. They get a free hit, and they are not. They're okay. I can't guarantee I'll hit. You know what? Go for it. I'll be desperate. Sheer desperation. I'm gonna swift task and swing at another one.
All right.
Let
me. Hold on 1 second.
Sure.
I just want to real quick double check your trait, see if there's anything I should pick on you about. Oh, you should have called out facial laceration and Duranium Chief. Those those would have forced the situation.
I didn't think they were gonna care. That's why I didn't think to call it out. If I thought they were real Klingons, I would have called it
Oh,
out.
you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. I was in the thinking these are Klingons. You are correct. It would not have mattered.
Yeah, I was like, these are real Klingons. I don't think they care.
Yeah, you're right.
Giving you a threat means you could buy a die or hurt someone else, so I'm not going to. I'm going to roll flat. Yeah. Holy jumping.
That is 3 momentum gained.
Goodness.
Oh no, only 2 because they get a free hit.
It's 2 momentum gained, and he goes flying.
That's pretty good though. Still.
You may want to keep and tag that guy before he hits you. Actually, he's going to swing at you anyway, so might as well save that for him swinging at you, honestly.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what.
And he might swing at me anyway because I'm over here being all threatening.
Mm-hmm.
Rah.
Yeah, it's probably better used on the defense.
So yeah, your turn, GM.
Oh, thank you.
Intense concentration face on Aratana because he can't shout out or order people around because he can't hear anything. I mean, I guess he
Also,
could,
probably.
Griffin, you there are 4 standing traits that are going to force you to make a check here to avoid being counted as ambushed, because the chief is drawing attention and you're brazen, so your situational awareness is not always great.
Uh-huh.
So you have a insight security diff 4. Normally, right, this would be diff 0. It would be an automatic. You'd know who's being attacked, but there are 2 traits that are forcing you. You don't know who's being attacked, and that could leave you to being counted as being ambushed. And he has a talent which is relevant to that. That's why we're checking.
Insight.
There's kind of a feint going on here.
It
would normally be obvious. Like Aratana sees it for what it is. It wouldn't catch Aratana, but you're so caught up in the moment, focusing on.
Would hand-to-hand combat work as a focus here? Like, I might be caught up in the moment, but I do
yeah.
still know how to read body language in a fight.
Yeah, you do know how to fight. It's just sometimes you don't pay attention as much as you should because you're focused on one
I'm too
specific
focused on
thing.
the offensive, so
Yeah.
you know. Let's see. Do I want to spend anything on this difficulty 4 check? Probably.
Come on, spend some threat.
No, they'll get somebody killed. Probably you.
I will. Haven't decided how much yet, though.
6, 7, 8, 9? 9?
No, not that one. Probably not that one either. I don't think I can send 9 easily right now.
I'll let you.
Oh, so generous.
I'll also just let you say you got stabbed.
So generous, yeah. I'm going to citation for conspicuous gallantry. Roll a d20 to see if you're going to get the threat for buying a die or not. You are. You got a threat. As I buy a 3rd die. And I think I'm just going to roll on 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see 1 short.
Yep.
Then Aratana, you see it clear as day as the Klingon were definitely more skilled or better programmed or better controlled. You're not sure, but definitely more capable than the others. Dips his blade in a way that you know he's trying to feign an attack on you that's going to then be swept at Griffin's legs, and you can tell Griffin does not know it. A line of attack that you've probably personally drilled several crew members in, but she is too distracted by her own erratic behavior.
Does
Yeah,
this thing
she's
still
still
owe a
firing at
check?
the Klingon.
He has to beat. He has to roll, but I think it's effectively difficulty 0 because.
Well, I mean, diff 1 to not consider me a threat. Because I came over with my threatening trait. Unless it was only affecting the guys on that side. So it doesn't affect the guys because I didn't do it to them.
No, it affected him because he's on this side. The difficult part is it should have already been done, and I have to rewind a lot that I don't want to rewind. So what I will do instead is this should be a difficulty. I'll transfer that difficulty forward and say this should be a difficulty 0 because he has Griffin dead to rights, but it will become a difficulty 1 task. So he still may miss her because he's like set up a feint here, but he may be too focused on you trying to pull this feint off. If that feels fair, rather than rewinding all the
the trait the as long as the trait is honored, then it works. It works for me.
All right. I need to double check talents.
Normally this would be pretty hard, but it's like, well, unfortunately, this person's really brazen. You look threatening. You look way more threatening than I do. I'm at peace and very peacefully walking around pinching people.
Yeah,
then I had
whereas
to
I'm
pretend I'm
screaming in a
threatening.
language that you don't understand.
I see that you're screaming and you're screaming at each other,
Yeah.
which I'm like, I don't know if you're speaking each other's language or not right now.
Yep.
All right, suspend that threat. No reason to whiff this.
Hey, NPCs will surprise you. They'll whiff on stuff you want them to hit. Not this time, but they could have.
That is 2 successes, so 1 threat gained, which will be spent on intents. Ambush tactics. The damage of the batleth and that spend are going to make this a severity 6 deadly stab wound. As we get I imagine a moment of shock as Griffin, you're deeply concerned the chief is about to be cut down, and then the next thing you know, because I don't think you can avoid this. I don't think you have enough stress, right?
I sure don't.
The next thing you know, you feel a cold and then warm sensation on your torso, and you kind of look down and see you've been mortally stabbed before you fall to the ground.
Yep, I do so. Is that my injury? Mortally stabbed 1?
No, mortally stabbed 6.
Oh, mortally stabbed 6. Okay. Well, I tried.
Hey, now the doctor has something to do.
Yay!
I can't keep.
Yep. So
you want me to go?
You definitely want you to go before the end of the scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, it's difficulty 6.
Let me double check, because I think the answer to that is not technically.
292.
Oh, this will be rough. My daring medicine isn't super great.
I'd suggest you maybe spend resources, because I don't particularly want to die.
Yeah, I know.
Thanks.
Just reinforce, pressuring you. That's all. No pressure, but pressure.
Yeah. I'm just applying pressure to the wound.
Okay, so that's what I was looking. There is something you could do that is easier to make them not defeated, but that would almost serve no purpose here because you don't. Yeah, you're not worried about them getting back up. They'd still die at the end of the scene if you got them back up. So, daring medicine difficulty 6 is what you're looking at.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Oh, because you can turn off the difficulty.
Okay. That's gonna have to be. I'm gonna have to spend 4 threat, 2 momentum. I'd also like to spend my determination towards the value of the canary in the coal mine. Or
No, because everyone here is aware of the threat.
yep. Also, hang on. Where do we have them written down? The mission directives.
I think Directive 2 would probably help you here.
So, yes, you could spend towards Directive 2.
I don't see where they're written. Is
They're-
it in scene guide?
No, they're not
No, you don't have them.
because the nature of how quickly I had to write this episode today.
Ah, cool.
So,
Basically, directive spend, because it's not like you can call back to a directive spend anyway.
Mm-hmm. Cool,
yes,
cool.
It is Directive 2, which is to save yourself and the crew.
Ah, yeah. Yep, we'll do that. Cool. All right. I'm rolling 4 dice. I have 2 free hits.
Physician
and a
brings down the diff to
reroll.
5.
Oh,
Uh,
yay.
your medical kit is what's protecting you from any increases in difficulty.
Uh-huh. Cool.
Are you forgetting about anything that Arton is about to remind you of? Specifically your soul ability? I don't know that it is relevant, but
using your medicine.
almost
I only generate bonus momentum
If being
Okay.
assisted, but
if I'm
Oh,
being
okay.
assisted, which
Yeah.
I am not. Okay. Hope that I get a success on this reroll. Whew. That's 5.
Oh yeah, you should have used the surgeon's decoration.
Oh, god damn
that
it.
part I can't remind you of. That's your medal.
Yeah, that's on me.
Uh-huh.
So
But you know what? I still got it.
you did, yeah.
I'll honor it. I'll honor it. It's not something you use that often.
It's something I haven't had an opportunity to use before today.
So that would have reduced the diff to 3, so that's 2 momentum gained.
Hooray.
Okay, cool.
So
Boop.
Griffin, at least for the remainder of this episode, and depending on what we decide, maybe longer, you still have you still have that injury. It's just not imposing any penalties, though a complication from you this scene or during this episode may reopen it.
Got it.
Yeah.
And you are not defaultly roused. There is a separate task to get you back up.
Yeah. But you're not going to die at the end of the scene.
That's a massive improvement to the state of affairs 30
Mm-hmm.
seconds ago. So, I'll take it.
I
believe it has to go to Revere. Oh, I suppose you could Swift. No, you couldn't. You're not the one who win.
But you know what I could do?
Oh no.
I could spin to get some friends.
Oh god damn it. I knew that's what was gonna happen.
No, you
Your
didn't.
friends are stupid.
It's just stupid, and they should feel stupid.
They have bad teeth. They are
Oh.
British. What the?
What the hell is that?
The Targ.
Aratana, as if from a nightmare, you see two Hakip
From episode
charging from
one.
the woods.
Oh, that thing from the first episode.
I
second-
spent my
well, yes.
determination too soon.
The second part of the first episode.
All right, it is your turn, and they won't come. They won't come on till the start of next round.
It defaults to Revere.
Oh, Revere.
All right, let's see if we can't get something done here. Okay, so it's still diff 4. No, do I want to spend the determination or save it? Either way, I'm going to have to threat dump.
It's fine by me.
Well, yeah, of course it's fine by you.
Just beware when you threat dump, it makes them more likely to kill us.
Yeah, that's
Nope.
fair.
Because they don't roll. They get the only way they can increase damage is by threat dumping. Is by threat spending.
Oh, sorry. The Hakip are menacing 1.
That's wonderful.
What?
Love that.
Oh, that's mean. You can just make them show up and get more threat back.
Yeah, that was the whole intent behind their design. Is that they are a herd. They are they're not scary because they're physically like imposing any more than like a bear might be, but when you see one, you know that there are many others nearby, and that's what's threatening about them.
Wait,
Here's the thing. A bear's already
Yeah.
pretty
I was
imposing.
gonna say, what do you mean? Bears are scary as hell.
So are Klingons with bat'leths, but they don't get menacing.
He's got a point there, boys. All right, so I'm going to try to avoid a threat dump here, but I know I'm going to need momentum to do anything.
Yeah, spend the momentum for sure. But
Yeah, okay.
You gained a point of determination back if you haven't already used it.
Yes, I did. I'm just trying to figure it out if I want to save it or spend it up the top here. So I think I'm probably going to need to spend it. I'll go ahead and spend it on. I've got to figure this out again.
Okay.
And then do the same thing as last time. 2 momentum and 1 threat for 4.
Okay.
So I can fire bold.
You only
Now.
roll 3 of those because you spent determination, right?
Yeah.
So that is 5 successes on a diff 4.
Let me reroll 1 with bold. One of the whiffs. There we go.
there we go. Momentum
So,
neutral.
Engineering of 4, so I think I'm doing 1, which brings us up to 4, and I'll
4?
spend the 2 momentum to get us up to 5, which is halfway.
All right. You have detected a EM field from the direction of the center of the city. You're pretty sure by dumping more power into each of these devices, if they don't burn out, you will suppress the field.
Okay, by the center of the city, you mean here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, you can make a not a what do you call it when 2 wavelengths oppose so they end up canceling each other out?
Nullify, wave nullification.
That, yes.
Or destructive interference.
And
Destructive
interference.
Yes.
that's the second half of the extended task.
The breakthrough was learning that you could rather than completing the scanner, you could complete the task, but use the scanner as a weapon instead of a scanner.
So the second half of the task is converting it into a weapon and firing it, basically.
Yes, because yeah, the breakthrough was learning that you could do more than you had intended.
Okay, cool. So I'll continue on the task next round. Don't worry, guys. In future, I do have plans to make him better at tasks.
Yeah.
All right. Y'all went last, so it goes to me unless there is a talent that's going to stop me.
Yeah, mine doesn't fire.
I
Mine's
mean,
fired already, so.
I could use mine to go first, except I can't.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Guess what? Since brazen does not apply anymore,
I'm not a brazen unconscious person. That's good. It's good to hear.
all right. I'm going to buy a miner to not only run into melee, but also to prepare,
Okay.
so that I get the benefit of the ram talent, which gives their tusks, which are normally stun or deadly, intensity 3. They are now stun, because I'm not spending for deadly right now. Intensity 3 with intense, because they are trying to ram. And we've been kind of doing this out of order, but you should be the one to roll first because you are defending.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll flat and gonna try to counter nerve pinch him, basically.
All right.
Yeah. I just brace myself and get ready to lunge out to.
Oh, actually, I will let you hold on to that or re-roll if you feel it appropriate, because I just realized one of their traits is going to help them. They have a trait that I didn't, that I gave them as an afterthought, but here helps. They're a coastal omnivore. This is the exact terrain they hunt in.
Mm-hmm.
So that I think is going to give them a free hit unless that's why I kind of stepped back and asked, do you have anything that mitigates that? Because I called that out after you rolled.
Nothing that would affect them, no. Because like something like Duranium Chief, facial laceration matters to things that care about those sort of things, right? And my talents really aren't for that, unfortunately. I wouldn't spend more. I'm trying to threat starve you, so this is
Okay.
This is gonna suck, but I'll bank on me having a high roll. Because 3 is good. Like this is my star roll, and I have the fitness to soak a hit, hopefully.
That's 2. So you do gain a momentum.
That is 4 nerve pinch.
And they don't have any talents that mitigate damage, so they're super disintegrated.
Aratana briefly thinks, would have been nice that happened the first time I fought these things, but oh well, lessons learned.
Very impressive.
Yep.
All right. It goes to y'all.
I have a really interesting idea. If you guys wouldn't mind me making a
Give it a
odd
go.
play.
Yeah.
Tweer would like to use what he knows about these things and their combat behavior to see if he can't trick it into attacking the Klingon.
like basically trying to like Toreador it into the Klingon.
Yeah, something
This is
similar to that.
this is a 2-step task. The first step is the reason I allow this because you figured out how driven they are. Oh, insight. Actually, I won't give it to you. I will give it to the chief. Chief, insight command difficulty 1.
Oh, I'll get dinged for deception or something.
No, that Artana has said that they were aware of something, or that they were getting onto something that you haven't mentioned yet. So that's why. So momentum gained. Artana, you look over, and although you can't speak to the doctor properly, you see the doctor starting to rifle through their bag for several medications, and you think they may be trying to recreate the pheromones. But you know this isn't a real Hakip. His knowledge of the Hakip isn't going to help him here.
I'll kind of
So
like
you,
I'll
yeah,
like
go ahead.
swat at you. I'll make noises actually, like doctor, which I say in Vulcan because I don't like a dialect of Vulcan, and I'll start swatting at you.
You could say in the language like sensor ghost.
Well, I get your attention, and then I go, wrong method. Don't do that. Like wrong repair or something like that. And I look frustrated because I know there's not a clean way to say what I'm saying to you.
Yep.
To you to tell another damage control member they're welding a beam back in place incorrectly. Here meant to convey something completely different, but yeah, we're so
danger. Don't do that.
Yeah, you pick up that these probably aren't going to be affected by your knowledge of the Hakip because you don't think they're real. In the sense that these are not biological creatures that have a physiological structure that you're aware of.
Okay, never mind then. I don't know what else I can do then.
You don't have to keep the turn. You can let it go to someone else.
Oh, okay. Then if someone else wants to go.
Because the only other thing I can think of is you doing an anesthetic spray to the Vulcan to the Klingon to knock him out. But I don't know if you want to get into a swinging fight with anything right now.
I don't. I really don't.
Yeah, I'll go. I don't want him, so I'm gonna go over to this guy and try to nerve pinch it. I'm gonna try to interrupt its charge. I will buy a singular die. Actually, it depends on what it rolls. That's fair. Actually, I just remembered. Because if it rolls awesome, I'm gonna be scared. If it rolls garbage, I'm not gonna spend as much.
We'll roll 1. For 3 successes, because they're in their
I have to buy.
environment they adapted to.
They've adapted. Yeah, I have no way to spin that.
All right. Luckily, they didn't get any of their preparation, so this is just a normal hit. And
to be fair, they do get a threat.
Oh.
Because they beat me by 1.
Which I desperately need.
Yeah.
That is 3 intensity tusk gore, unless you take the stress.
I'm gonna take the stress.
Okay.
As I try to go in for a swing, and go, nope. I only walked myself into one of its tusks. That still probably hurts. I'm not gonna swift task swing at him. That's just way too dangerous. Sorry, Doctor. Hopefully I'm gonna draw another fire from you, and from the
Yeah.
engineer for that matter.
You still have traits, which means that you'd have to succeed at a difficulty 2 to care about anyone else.
Hooray! Come at me. Actually, I roll back. I roll first, don't I? Who's attacking me? Mr. Klingon?
Mr. Klingon.
I'll buy a die.
Man, I wish I got something for free for having you surrounded, but I don't, do I? Oh, you are in melee with someone else. Does that put a status on you?
No. Not unless there's a tactic, there's a trait they've created, but no.
Oh, because
They don't
I
get
know
pack
being
tactics.
in melee is like a special zone now.
Mhm.
I just can't move away from them for free. That's which, you know.
Okay.
That's why I didn't want them to get at the doctor, because they would freeze him. And it's like, oops, nope, please don't attack him.
No. If they got close to the doctor, they just
Oh.
engage his flight or flight response.
Oh, here's a big thing that we have totally done wrong, but has mostly been in y'all's favor tonight.
Mhm.
Counterattack costs 2. You don't get to do it for free.
Oh,
You can
Oh.
succeed and not do damage in the counterattack.
huh.
It doesn't.
Okay.
So
Yeah, it doesn't call out that that it's only for range. It says if the attack was opposed and the target won, then they may either move out of reach or spend 2 momentum to counterattack.
Okay.
So the counterattack is not free.
Oh, but that's important to know that you can move out of range.
You can't.
Yeah, you can dance around a lot.
Because that means that they'd have to spend another like minor to move into range with you again if they wanted to like swift task.
Mhm.
So what was your role to mitigate this, Artana? I kind of got lost in the looking that up.
I spent a die to roll 3. Shouldn't be insight, should be fitness, but changes anything. No, it does. That third die is actually a hit.
Okay, sorry. I was still caught up on your roll from last time, and I thought you had re-rolled another thing. But no, the 1 dice is what you're rolling to defend against the Klingon. The 1 success is this roll Klingon. The 2 success was the Hikit roll. So
Yeah.
you have 1 success now.
Well, that says insight command. I don't fight with that. I don't know
fitness, your fitness is higher, right?
Yeah. So.
Okay, so that's 2 successes.
Yes. And yeah. Oh, that insight command from earlier was for the thing. I remember now. So this latest roll is my actual attack. So that is actually 2 hits. Yes, that is. So this is 2 hits. Yes. I got lost too.
Okay.
That's his difficulty to hit me. But I don't get to counterattack unless I spend. It changes combat quite a bit, actually. It makes swinging. It makes melee swinging at somebody less scary because they don't get free damage on you when you whiff.
Mm-hmm. It also means you can't just be like a master counter puncher.
Yeah. Unless you're generating
like,
momentum.
Unless there's like a talent for it.
That'd be a cool talent, honestly.
Yeah. I bet there'll be a talent. That's not a talent now, but I bet it could be one in the later book.
Yeah.
Looks like he's gonna hit. 2 successes that as the attacker.
Yep.
All right. Unfortunately, I can't afford to do much else here. So unless you spend the stress to avoid, as you're trying to fight him in the Hikitboff, he will slice through your thigh muscle as he's trying to take your ability to strike back away.
Hmm.
This is a stun. This is a stun injury right now because I didn't spend. Oh no, sorry. Katanas. Batliths are always lethal, so that's why I didn't have to spend. So this is deadly.
How much stress?
Oh my god.
3
All right, soak it.
because it's intense, but I can't afford. All right. That goes back to y'all.
I guess I should work on the task. All
Yeah,
right, we're down-
you're losing gold shirts to take blows for you.
That's what they're for.
That's what the red shirts are supposed to be for, but right now the red shirts are the important ones and the gold shirts are expendable.
Well, there's 2 different types of red shirts. We'll get into that later.
Yeah.
So let's see. We're down to diff 3 though. I think with the breakthroughs, it still go down a
No.
notch.
The breakthroughs can do many things. Sometimes it's difficulty. But there are many other things they can do. In this case, the breakthrough was you learning.
Right.
You didn't need an additional. You learned more information, basically.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Unfortunately, I don't think I have any choice but to threat dump here. Because it's
Doctor's still up.
Doctor
diff
could try to
4.
rally.
Doctor could try to rally.
True. I'll hold off then if the doctor
Yes.
wants to rally.
I'd
you're
point
the
out
CO.
that likely between the point that the doc rallies and you go, I still have an attack left. So
I'm okay, Doc. I'll be fine.
all right, then.
Ah,
Oh no, the doctor. I'm gonna say that because actually I should have put this in a trait a long time ago, but we've been using it.
Oh,
Basically, essentially, the broken comms trait y'all
Yeah.
been dealing with this whole time prevents him from
right.
successfully doing a rally. That's too complex. Like it's he can't. His presence alone isn't enough because if he had traits, oh no, you have renowned Starfleet
Starfleet
officer.
officer. Yeah.
I will allow you to do that because you have a trait that can overcome the fact that they can't speak, and it's just your presence alone.
we believe
You're
in
not
you.
untested.
What?
You are among the best officers in Starfleet, so there's a trust that your presence gives. So
With a heck of a wingspan.
Yeah, flap those wings a bit, get everyone inspired.
So while you might have 2 free hits, you have 1 free hit right now because one of them is countering a trait that would normally make this impossible.
Yeah. Like he whoops his wingspan out, assumes sort of a defensive position over Chief Griffin, looks back at Revere and just gives him a nod. Composure focus.
Yes, because this is actually largely based on your the emotions that you're showing. That's 2 momentum gained.
Okay.
So swift task. No, I'm just kidding. Just
Yeah.
missed it completely.
Right
All right. You're gonna make me do this without any threat.
Yep.
Correct.
Just when I was starting to get to stab a bunch.
Oh, I have to swing back. I have to swing first. You're right.
Wouldn't you know? Arton is also green on the inside.
Oops.
Not 'cause she's Irish though. Or he's Irish. Sorry.
I am going to cry a little inside, and then.
Oh yeah, you're the defender. That's what you're. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead. Remind you, this enemy is going to get a free hit because they are experts in hunting in this terrain.
Yeah. I'm not going to use up your momentum. Giving them threat is bad because he'll use it against me. Anyway, but
It says on the name badge.
How big a swing is he? Pretty darn big. I don't want to give him more resources, so I'll swing flat. 2's the number.
Not too shabby.
Well, I have no choice but to swing flat. That
Oh,
is
for
1, 2,
goodness
3,
sake.
4 successes.
Ouch.
Unfortunately, he since it's his turn, his minor was available, which means this will go from 5 to sorry, from 3 to 5. It is still a stun. So 5 stress or 5 sorry. You can either take the trait Tusk Gore 5, or you can take the stress.
I'll take some stress. I'm now
Okay.
fatigued. I have a full thing. I have a full meter.
My Klingon's already gone this round, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
Okay. Revere.
Okay, then. In this case, we're going to spend the 2 momentum and 1 threat for 4 dice and bold. And I'll reroll.
That was how many threat?
1.
But I need 3.
There we go.
We don't always get what we want now, do we?
Only gain 1 though.
I think Griffin wanted a cool battle scar.
Yeah,
They
definitely.
got what they wanted.
Uh-huh.
I wanted my away team to stay safe.
Well, we don't always get what we want.
But if you try sometimes, we just might find we get what we need.
That looks like 5 successes on a diff 4, so 1
Yeah.
momentum gained.
Yeah.
Yep.
And all I can do is that 1 point with the 3 resistance.
Yeah.
I will point out, I realize this may not have been an intentional decision on your part. So actually, so because we're in personal conflict, this is not a thing that's always available, right? On extended tasks outside of inside of normal situations, even tense situations, you have only a limited set of momentum spins, but in a combat scene, you gain access to the conflict spins as well. One of those is altering it or creating a trait, which could help bring down the resistance or difficulty if you're doing it consistently, which is kind of a noodly thing that I realize now you may not have been aware of. So that would mean instead of having spent some of those progress, you could have been creating traits to lower the diff or resistance.
Okay, I mean, fair enough. But I think I'll remember that going forward.
Yeah.
Can I roll for crewman Quarry since I'm down right now?
Yeah, you're still here. Yeah.
Cool. Can I assist the chief engineer then? Possibly generates more momentum.
Perhaps you might want to do your own roll toward the same
Might be
task
better.
because you'd get more resources.
Or do that, yeah.
Mm.
Can do that, yeah.
And unless they've spent it, they have a determination, even if they don't have a value.
Sure. They have not spent money.
The doctor gave a directive that would work here.
Right.
What did you just remember?
No, I'm just realizing I'm a lot more underwater than I think I am.
Ah, that's not good. Maybe we should try and get our technology back. So whose turn is it right now? Would it be the crewman's turn?
Yeah, they both gone, so they can't.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
We have the
no.
action economy.
Yeah, just want to make sure.
I think what it may have been realized is that unless y'all do something, that they're going to go first next time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not good. All right. Focus in structural integrity fields because we know that works for this.
Yes.
And daring engineering. That's so annoying. Okay. Yeah, I'll spend towards that. What it would be Directive 4 now or Directive 3? The Doctor created.
3.
3. Cool. Spend for that. Get 2 hits, and then Aratana, do you want to keep that momentum, or should I spend it to get more dice on the
Spend it.
All right, I'll spend that to roll 2 dice.
Okay. No threat.
Looking at it, it's diff 4 right now.
It is.
Eesh.
Yeah. Try building an impromptu scanner array with tricorders and phaser pistols.
That's what we're doing.
That's why it's diff 4.
Shocking, yeah. All right, so here's the thing. If I give threat, that seems bad because then he has 3 threat.
It's
You give
not
him 1 threat.
necessarily bad for crewman Horori. It probably will be bad for Aratana.
Exactly, and Araton is making Furry's job possible right now. So
See,
anything that's bad
this is
for them is
why
bad for
you'd
her.
be a good and diligent chief of the boat, so the crewmen don't go around accidentally getting you killed.
Exactly. So yeah, I'm just gonna roll 2 dice here with the hope that that's enough. Actually, oops. Nope, don't help at all. Cool.
Oh, that's even worse than I realized.
Yeah.
Although it's kind of good that you have a combat dump stat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which kind of makes sense that you've never made being quick or unusually aggressive part of your combat, so it doesn't hurt you to step back and just like try to be defensive.
Yeah.
Only 3 hits from the engine metaphor flatly. So he is of no particular assistance in this.
And the comfort is that that 0 wouldn't have been an assist anyway. So.
Yep.
All right. I think that goes to them.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they are locked in on Aratana has intentionally locked them in. They're not going to attack anybody else.
I have to swing for them. Who's attacking me, actually?
The Hakip first, because the Klingon actually does have a little bit of understanding of tactics, and the Hakip doesn't seem to show that.
Okay. My only hope.
You know what? I take that back. I was thinking again like they were like they had their own intelligence, which you're already pretty sure is not the case. And is in fact true. You don't know where this intelligence is coming from, but you know it's not them. I will actually roll because I'm basically going to roll as an actor who's until now kind of relied on the programming of these two, but is now trying himself to determine which to use first.
Okay.
And I will spend a threat.
Oh no, I can't do that tactic because that'll doom the party. Yep. I'll just have to hope. Um, hmm.
That is 2 successes. So, Aratana, everybody else does too, but you're more aware that
There's a giant.
there is a unified intelligence here that has begun to coordinate them. Before, you were fighting a beast and a Klingon. Now you're fighting someone controlling 2 automata, right? The Klingon starts moving in a way that you've never seen in any recording of Starfleet documents about Klingon warfare. But the way he's doing it perfectly sets you up to be hit by the Hakip. So it's and the Hakip fights in an unnatural way that's almost biologically difficult with its makeup, but perfectly kind of pushes you back towards the Klingon warrior. So that's to represent that this person who has until now decided not to act is instead going to direct one of them.
Mm-hmm.
God.
So and the important thing is crisis management. So I'll go ahead and spend that 1 gained. The Hakip rolls, because they're the one actually doing it.
Sorry, Artana.
Yeah.
I'm not built for combat.
I can go into a rant. I'm preventing myself right now. No, if I do that. Oh, well. No, I have to. I have to do it that way.
This is a good question. I don't know if you can do this, but it may be something you consider if you're allowed. Can you willingly drop traits that you created?
I would
have
think you'd
spend
have to
momentum.
I think you'd have to purposely do a check. I would say.
Yeah,
Because
I
I was
think
thinking,
that
because thinking if a good guy did a thing that was beneficial, but now later becomes bad, it's like, well, we kind of need to, unless it's obvious it doesn't apply, then it goes away on its own anyway. But otherwise, you'd have to purposely make it go away.
yeah, that's what I was trying to think if in self-preservation Artana could drop the thing that's kind of forcing them to target him.
No, he wants to keep that anyway.
Okay.
He's trying to protect the part. He's trying to protect the away team. If he starts swinging, if these things start swinging at other people, people start dropping.
That's 3 in a comp and the assist. Oh shit. That's 5 in a comp. Oh, sorry, that was not supposed to be rolled because of crisis management.
Well, this may change your dice, because
Okay.
I was gonna give you a full net because I need to get as many dice as
Oh,
possible.
sorry, you're the defensive. I apologize. I should have waited. Yeah, I'll re-roll it.
That's about as good as I can expect.
So crisis management, assuming he gets. Oh well, having a trait is going to make him hit anyways. So, trait and crisis management is 3 successes. He needs to roll 2. The Hakip does. Where is he? There he is. That's enough.
So
This is a. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna point out that they get another +1 to their hits because I'm tired.
Oh, that is yes. So 1 threat gained, and I'm pretty sure this doesn't somehow become lethal. It's still a stun attack. Like you being exhausted does not make.
No, but they
Stun.
did have 6 threat when I rolled.
Oh, because you threat dumped.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was hoping they were
we're
gonna
at it-
threat
we're at-
dump back to match my
Yeah.
roll. That's not what
Yeah,
happened.
Oh. Oh no. Well, yeah. No. They had so much stacked in their favor. It didn't even occur to me that I needed to.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that because
I don't see how we're
basically
going to get out of this.
is basically that Artana has become so threatening that the the person who's not been involved this whole time is stepped off the sidelines. That was me. That goes back to y'all.
So that is okay. So you don't spend any of the threat, and you weren't trying to make it lethal. So I go down with a stun.
Nope. You go down with a stun.
Oop. Well, I'm not dead at the end of the round.
Yeah, because I would have had to spin to tell you it was lethal, and I would have done that before I rolled.
Oh, so I wasn't in danger of lethal anyway. So okay.
Yeah, sorry if that wasn't clear. There are several times where either a mistake by me or a mistake by you will have me go back. I really hesitate to correct myself on missing going lethal because that feels like I'm being an asshole.
So
Tweer, do you want to maybe pick up the security officer?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it's a good point, Artana. Unless for some reason they decide on a coup de grace, Artana's not going to die at the end of the scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take the crewman. Is there one that we want him to hit first?
Klingon's an easier hit. Mind you,
Okay.
keep in mind he has to punch. He can't even shoot.
Yeah.
Yep, I know.
He's got martial arts, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Also, I'll point out that y'all are deep enough into the fight that this specific Klingon has put up more resistance than anything that's been fighting the two of them. He definitely has he seems like he has a greater capacity. to fight.
Okay.
No, won't go down in one hit.
Well, I mean, that was foreshadowed by him using values.
Yes, yes.
I
Okay.
just wanted to remind.
I guess I will give you a threat and spend determination towards mission directive. Directive 2.
Yep.
Did that go? Oh, no. Okay, there we go. That's 3 hits.
Except
Okay. Oh, sorry. Except he's the defender. I'm supposed to roll first.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
It's kind of important because you get to make decisions knowing full well what I have rolled. Which has been both the bane and boon of me, Griffin, and Aratana's existence for the last hour.
Yeah.
So let me get back to that.
Oh, I'm so glad that I'm playing a doctor.
May not be for long.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You might be dead as with the rest of us.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we got it. Let's use it. 3 for make them suffer is a value.
God, what
And
happened here?
3 for dice.
Ow.
I gambled wrong, unfortunately. I should have just fallen on the sword.
I mean, it was a gamble that made sense to take, though.
Yeah, like if I got a bunch of
Yeah.
2s, I would have shut them right off and I would have knocked one of them down.
Exactly.
That's why the gamble.
4
I would have made the
successes.
same gamble there.
So
against my 3, that's
no,
yeah.
no. I'm letting you re-roll because you should have
Oh.
waited until you haven't played a bunch of combat focused characters. That's why I'm kind of being more generous that you should wait until after I roll.
Okay.
So
Spending the
now-
determination. I'll give you 3 threat.
Okay.
So daring security. No, wrong sheet. There we go. Daring security. So I'll roll 3 dice.
You have a focus.
That's 5 hits.
All right. You do not do enough damage to take him down unless you spend momentum.
Which
We do not have.
I generated 2, I think.
No, he got 4
1.
successes.
Sorry, I generated 1.
Then you gain 1 momentum, and you hit him, but his armor and redundant organs keep him up.
Yeah, our malfunctioning phases is why we're gonna die.
Yeah.
Because I'm the only person who can swing with any lethality.
Yeah, like I can swing well, but I can't swing well against people who are armored.
Yeah.
Okay. The Hakip zone without any guidance.
Our only hope is delaying long enough for the engineer to
tech
make
to come
the
back
Blast
online.
engineers.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like we basically just have to stress soak long enough for you to get it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I kept wanting to draw them at me. I'm like, no, I don't want you bothering the engineers for any amount of time.
Exactly.
Leave them alone.
Yeah.
You are defending this time, so you will want to roll first.
Okay, cool.
You do get to know that I get a free hit though, because they're hunting in an environment they're adapted to.
Of course. I'm just gonna give you a threat.
Okay.
Okay. Crewman has a decent chunk of stress at least. But it's 11.
Yeah, that's why I'm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
That's why I'm doing this.
how much threat did you give me? 1.
1.
So that's one success.
Yep. 1 success.
All right.
Thankfully, it costs for them to counterattack.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is on their turn.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I got it
This
backwards.
is them
My bad.
attacking.
So minor prepare. I need to spend one for an extra minor. I'll spend one to make this deadly. So that is
3
2
hits.
momentum gained.
Or 2 threat.
I'm gonna spend those 2 gained. So this will be pierced. Or this will be severed artery 5, a lethal injury, unless you take stress.
I'll take stress. How much stress is that?
5.
5. Yeah.
Okay.
It's the number of the
Yeah,
severity.
that sucks.
Yep.
But okay.
All right, it goes back to y'all.
All right.
At this point, engineer, you're better off just threat dumping and hoping to God you get rid of this problem before we.
Yeah.
You're the way this fight wins. We can't force of arms get past these things.
You might challenge a directive if something is holding you back, or challenge a value.
What are our directives again?
Survey the planet, save yourself and the crew, and to complete the task you're working on, basically.
Okay, I don't see any of those are really holding me back. We're not even trying to survey the planet.
You could just threat dump.
So if I challenge a value, do I get a determination I can spend on the roll if I challenge it beforehand?
No. I'm more generous outside of combat. Inside of combat, because of the order of things, you have to challenge. When you challenge, you get determination. That determination can't be used on this task. It's used on the next one. When we're outside of combat, sometimes I'll let you roll a pre-task to get the benefit of that. But inside of combat, it's pretty strict.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to have to threat dump then.
You have to, yeah. You
Yeah.
don't have a choice here.
And I think I should use my player action to assist you, honestly, because the engineman is not good enough on her own to do a task.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
having her add successes is going to be a lot better.
I was hoping she was gonna get lucky.
Yeah, me too. Like with the determination, there was a chance.
She
But
can also just take a task to generate a trait that doesn't go against that difficulty or resistance.
true. Do we want to try and do that first to try and eat away some of the resistance before you make a roll?
Sure.
All right.
Right. So you're looking to create a trait. So tell me the kind of trait you're looking to generate, and
Yep.
it'll either reduce the resistance by 1 or the difficulty by 1.
Let's see.
Because basically, taking the resistance down by 1 saves him 2 momentum.
Yeah. Trying to think of what the trait looks like. Probably see, where's the resistance coming through from here?
Maybe I got an idea. The resistance is coming from the beam, like the signal you're trying to counter itself is that complicated to suppress. The difficulty is you're using bad equipment.
Right.
Like the whatever's transmitting is fighting back against you. I have a suggestion of a recovered drill battery. Like you run off a distance and you grab like one of the really powerful batteries off of the drill.
Oh yeah. Cool. Take that.
So give me fitness engineering difficulty 2.
Fitness
Oh,
engineering.
does anything about your cation come into play?
She does have preemptive fail,
Yes,
so it could.
actually.
I'll give you
Um,
because you're like running through a bit of woods. I'll give
I
that to you.
I gain a bonus d20 on any fitness test to maintain balance or climb. That if that
Oh, okay.
restriction makes it work, I don't
Yes.
know. Cool.
You're good to use that.
Fantastic. I'll get a bonus d20. And would a focus in structural integrity field help with this still? Because it isn't quite the task that
No,
engineering field
this is
works
this.
for.
You need something about extracting the battery or like moving through the difficult terrain.
Yeah, no, this is Starfleet technology, so xenotechnology will not help. Nor will cybernetics.
Oh, sorry, and I also pointed out to myself you do need. Actually, I'm not going to do that. Never mind. Go ahead. I was going to say that you do need an extra momentum to move through difficult terrain, but so did everyone else this whole combat, and no one was ever asked to do that. So I'm not going to
Yeah.
start now.
It's difficult terrain, but not that difficult.
It's difficult for everybody. It washed out.
Yeah. All right, I'm just gonna roll 3 here. No focus then.
Oh.
There we go.
Okay, so you have the scene trait recovered drill battery, which Revere you can either put towards difficulty or resistance or work. Either way, it does 1 extra hit on any of those. And unless you spend, I think it's going to me.
I don't think we have the resources to spend.
All right, 3 towards the value, make them suffer. And I need a defensive melee roll from the security crewman.
Cool. I will pump that 3 right back at you.
Remember, I am rolling second, so if you spin threat, I can use it.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're the
because
defender. You
you're the
Okay.
defender.
1 then.
Okay.
Hey.
Yeah. Not bad.
3 successes. I'll spin that 1.
Again, that's as really as.
That
That's
is
a
3.
tie.
He's the attacker. So you are going to get the deadly injury, severed arm.
Oh my god.
Injury intensity 3 unless you
Take 3
take
stress.
take
Yeah,
3
really.
stress.
I'll take 3 stress. Thank you.
Okay. Does that fill you up, or you still got
Nope.
extra to go? Okay.
Nope. I still got a
You're
little to
good.
go.
It's just a tank fest.
All right.
I can't cut through you fast enough.
Do you want Yeoman Heron to try to bring down the thing again? Your difficulty?
Oh yeah, because you still have Corbinian's turn.
Sure.
Mhm.
I'm thinking something along the lines of like maybe insight or reason command, in the sense that Yeoman Heron is going through like basic training of here in an emergency, here's what we can do with these in a survival situation. It's like I remember this back from the Martian Academy. It's like we should, and he's helping organize tools and move things in people's hands, and if they're in the way, he pulls them out of the way. He's trying to be an extra set of hands that keeps the chief of engineering from having to reach around or guess. Like, oh, there's already stuff I need around me, because Heron's basically being a gopher. Probably isn't command though.
No.
That'd be like engineering, I guess. That's still. I might get it.
Oh, can he do a rally?
No,
Or
he's
can
not.
only
He's not
I
a
do
command
that?
officer.
Yeah.
Only the
sorry.
commanding officer guy can do that. But still, something like insight, engineering, something like that, where he's guessing what he thinks the chief engineering needs and is helping him out. Because the only things he has numbers in that I even bother focuses are command, security, and medicine, and that doesn't really make sense. The only one that makes command doesn't really land here, unfortunately. I'm like, if I get 2 hits, it's a possible strip. So
The best that I could offer would be reason medicine with the focus of I don't think you're going to have a focus,
No.
but the idea is that Yeoman Heron actually has a pretty good understanding about the use of medical tricorders. So when they're trying to repurpose that specific piece of equipment, you know all the stats and all of the ways to disassemble it that that the engineer might be a little rusty on. Because yeah, I don't think you want to do anything with engineering, and yeah, it's been pointed out that Heron basically doesn't have the ability to command or really like provide that commanding presence.
I'm just gonna give you the threat because I don't want to make this extended task harder.
You might want to think about challenging a directive or something to get determination in case you have to roll again.
Oh, wait a minute. Spend toward the value
Oh, he does. Yeah, he might still have
figure out what the tech problem is.
Yes.
Overkill of the century, but sure. There you go.
There you go.
Nice.
Basically helping you with the medical tricorders best he can anyway.
Yeah.
I think we're the only ones left with turns because the 3 of them have gone,
okay.
yeah? If I'm not wrong.
So yep, you now have the trait guided disassembly 1. So yes, the only I think Revere's now the only person left.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you have 2 traits you'll want to assign.
Yeah, I think I'm going to put them both on the resistance.
Okay.
I think
Yeah,
that will
that's what's
max.
killing us.
Yeah.
So that'll get you most bang for your buck, yeah.
I'm wondering if I should go ahead and challenge a value just to have a determination for if I need it the next time I roll.
I would try because you can't guarantee you'll get this one go.
Yeah. So something standing in the way.
Something holding.
Okay, I'm going to challenge the directive to explore the planet or whatever, because at this point I'm planning to fire a weapon at something on the planet, like in order
You're
to
going to
try and disrupt something.
destroy something pretty valuable that could have been learned. Yes.
Right. So
I'll take
I'll
that.
challenge that directive, and I'll just tuck that determination in my back pocket. Okay, I'm just gonna threat dump because I'm gonna need as much momentum as I can theoretically get.
So
We're
6.
still at 4. Yeah.
Okay.
Because if it lands, it lands, and we're out of the woods.
Yeah. Okay, and then I'm gonna re-roll the whiff with bold. No joy, but still. Gain 1. Resistance is down to 1, so that means I do 3. Spend that 2 to do a 4th.
And that gets you to 10.
Does it? Awesome.
That gets you to 10. The breakthrough you get at 8 is that the beam becomes unstable enough that the hit kit every enemy but the Klingon, which at this point is only the hit kit, dissipate on their own without taking damage. Getting to 10 causes an explosion on the hilltop, and the Klingon goes away as well. You hear some activity up there, but the tricorders, communicators, phasers, they're all destroyed now, but you kind of see out of the corner of your eye the anti-grav sled kind of just like lift up to its normal height. And Artana's ears do not come back on because they were intentionally turned off.
Can you understand me now? I say to everyone, to the doctor,
who no longer have tricorders or communicators.
There's a Federation standard of sorts.
We don't know how universal translators really work,
so.
Oh wait, we brought a universal translator with us.
Yes, but
it's broken.
All of y'all's equipment was repurposed.
All of it. Okay.
Not to like say got you or anything, but anyone could have said that like Federation standard was their native language. You just would have had to justify it through your backstory or something.
Yeah, it wouldn't work for me.
I don't think it would work for me either.
I'll allow you to attempt to repair one of the communicators, though. It'll be a separate task. Or there may be something useful on the hilltop to help you communicate. There was a pretty powerful transmitter up there.
While they're doing that, Aratana, do you need any medical attention?
I'm unable to help. I'm basically out of the scene. I probably will wake up eventually, but I'm not dying.
Yes, no one is dying at the moment.
All right.
I'll wake up eventually.
Yes, see if I can...
in fact, yeah, I'll change the scene now. Sorry. There probably should have been one or two more scene breaks in there, but that didn't hurt y'all. Y'all, that would have only sucked momentum away. So, scene ends, and it would have ended with the destruction of the hilltop. So, Aratana, you come back to, you feel pretty beat up, but nothing that a couple days in med bay won't wear off. Chief Griffin, you get up and you see like the lower half of your shirt like ripped away, and like you have blood on your torso, but there's like a temporary sealant that's medical sealant that's been like used to keep you from like bleeding out, but you feel terrible.
Yeah.
So is there a chance
up, maybe cough up a little blood type deal?
Are we able to maybe repair the universal translator rather than the communicator? That way, if we have to communicate with something on the hill, we might be able to.
You can do that. I'll also say the communicator would have that function. The only thing the universal translator provides you with is a way to like decode text or like non-verbal messages.
Let's just go for a communicator then, because that way we can communicate with the ship too.
All right. Because you've pretty well destroyed most things, daring engineering difficulty 3.
Daring engineering difficulty 3.
Like this will be like a communicator, but it's like using the body of a tricorder, and it's got like a phaser drill
jury rigging is going to apply, is what you're telling me.
Battery and like you
prop maker
it by like pulling a phaser trigger.
Right.
Yeah, the prop makers had went wild just kit bashing all of this.
Yeah. Okay, so I've got the determination, so I'm going to spend it on I can fix anything.
Yeah.
Yes. Appropriate.
and just roll flat with the determination spend.
Okay.
And hopefully one of them will hit. Son of a bitch.
Perhaps
Oh,
someone assists
man.
the good engineer.
They can't. Well, they can because I got a 2, right?
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
Engine men.
Yeah, because if
Sure.
you
I'll
don't,
I'll roll the engine again.
I'm tempted to create some complications here.
Yeah. Xeno, no, that wouldn't work. Doesn't have a focus. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, engineering's high, so.
Yeah, engineering's high, but no focus. Unfortunate. We'll make a roll.
There
There's a hit.
There you go. 'Cause I don't even need
Man.
Klingons to hurt y'all.
You really don't. You
Yeah,
just
we'll
need
do it
me.
for ourselves.
You just need the fact that we don't have any momentum.
I honestly do have a plan that I've figured out to make him better at extended tasks. It's just going to take a couple of bumps.
See, if I were playing Cyberpunk, I'd think you meant synth code, but I assume here by that you mean arcs.
Yeah.
Well, an arc and another milestone. The arc gets me up to 5 engineering, and the 5 engineering you can get Miracle Worker, which reduces the increase your impact to a spend of 1 instead of 2.
Ooh.
Okay. So, you do get a communicator working, and you start being able to understand everybody. And I assume, Aratana, you're going to turn yourself back on.
Once I see that you're, I actually signal tech good. Thumbs up, thumbs down, and then eventually turn it back on.
Roger.
Yeah.
Didn't you hear you hear a click click as you're being called?
The engineers, you mean?
Yeah, the engineer's communicator.
Lieutenant Revere.
Lieutenant Revere, this is Andromeda. The doctor hasn't responded to the our call-in. Captain wanted me to check if the doctor and the away team were all right.
We've ran into a bit of a situation. I will let the doctor report. And I hand the 1980s looking cell phone to the doctor.
We appear to have encountered a strange illusionary phenomenon here on the planet's surface. It's interfered with all technology, and it took some rather impressive jury rigging by Revere in order to not only overcome some of the interference, but also to recobble together a communicator in order to receive this message. Thus far, we are all still alive. However, Aratana and Griffin are in need of medical attention.
Incorrect.
Griffin especially.
Incorrect.
Oh, you don't?
The stun injury goes away. I'm just stressed.
Oh, okay.
The deadly injured person is still deadly injured.
I think the injury, regardless of where it comes from, stays, doesn't it?
Stuns go away.
Oh, they do?
Yeah. Deadlies are the ones that stick around. That's why being deadly injured is so bad. Not only are you dropped, you're also still injured after the fact.
All right.
But I'm still stressed. I still have a full stress track, so I still need to sit down for like a few minutes to half an hour to recover my stress.
Says,
yes.
All right.
Griffin is in need of urgent medical attention, and it is my medical opinion that Aratana could do from at least a check-in.
Right away, doctor. Then you hear the yellow alert siren go off in the background, and about 2 minutes later, near the location of the communicator, because this is an emergency.
Yeah.
Ensign Kaufman, Crewman Conway, and Crewman Shisharan beam down with a medical bed, and they kind of take up posts and get the get Griffin on a stretcher, and then 3 of them beam out. And Kaufman kind of reports to the doctor and says, any further support needed, doctor?
The doctor looks to Revere. What's your technical assessment?
Well, we could certainly use the phaser and tricorder or 6.
Hmm.
Right now we're mission unable, Doctor. We have none of our equipment. We'll have to, at minimum, we should return to the ship and restock, and also perhaps wave off any further away missions until we know. This planet is far more deadly than we thought
Yeah.
it was even close to being. People could die down here.
Kaufman says, is there a threat?
Indeed.
100%.
Illusionary bat'leths and creatures. What was it? Hokips?
There was some sort of I do have an evaluation, Doctor, that I believe, in my opinion, that there was some sort of intelligence directing these things from some central location. Perhaps it's been defeated, or perhaps one of its tools have been destroyed. I don't really know. But before I went down, I had a sense that these things were not acting in a way that was. They weren't just computer algorithms. They were acting with intelligence and coordination of a singular command.
Well, and perhaps with the notes that Harori and I took while we were jury-rigging the device, we might be able to make something a bit more sturdy to resist any effects when we return to the planet, if the captain decides we should.
At the very least, maybe just sending away teams down with some less technologically sophisticated backup equipment would be a good idea.
Indeed. At the very minimum, what Aratana says is correct. With so much of our equipment inoperable, our away team is in no position to continue onwards. As
Yep,
such, we should probably also return to the Andromeda.
All right. After a few days pass, the captain asks you, Revere, to put together to grab 2 more people, because the transporter has 3 pads, and do a quick recon of the area you suspected to be emitting the signal, to make sure that this didn't represent a danger to other passersby. So who goes down with you?
How injured am I still?
Too much for it to be reasonable for the doctor to let you come without a ding.
Cool.
What about Aratana?
If it's been more than a day, all my stress has come back. Though I've had time to sleep.
So the doctor could say yes or no without a ding, but yeah,
yeah, assuming that he's had an opportunity to go over him at least once and say, like, okay, try not to get your bell rung so thoroughly in the future.
Although I will actually say that as much as he's eager to go, he'll actually send out crewman Coral, because Aratana recognizes he's a security risk. His ears might go out again, and then I become useless to you all over again. Yeah. Especially since it's a scout team. Plus, I might start bombarding the planet.
Yeah, it's true.
So that is security.
Maybe medical?
Yeah, I think I'll take Conway.
Yeah.
All right. You approach the edge of a concrete dome that has been blown open with earth thrown everywhere, and inside sits a mechanical robotic figure sitting behind a series of controls, and it continuously says error, cannot test subject's resilience. Error, cannot test subject's resilience.
Oh, hi, Alan.
Give me insight or reason engineering difficulty 3 to discern the purpose of this place.
The test people's resilience, obviously. Inside or reason engineering difficulty 3.
We're on exercise program.
Don't think I will have any
No, I don't think so.
focus. Yeah. Okay. I'll give
Although
you.
did the reading could help, I think.
I mean, it just lets me use science, but my engineering is the same score.
It gives you a
Focus.
focus, and it's
Okay.
immediate, so you can use threat.
Okay, let's do that. Give you a threat, and we
Alright.
use science. And
Focus
we'll have a
is your choice of telepathics or sorry, your choice of psionics or holographics.
My plan would have worked.
Yeah.
Let's go with psionics.
All right. You've done some research recently on Starfleet's understanding of ESP. So you can make the roll.
All right, I'm gonna give
Oh,
you.
could you have done like some mind meld nonsense?
I had an idea along that line. I was going to spend
Yeah.
determination in that direction.
I'll give you 3 threat since I don't have a bold to go up to 4 dice. There we go.
1 momentum gained. You don't know the origin or the species, but the controls, the documentation you can find, the translated signs, all point to some local civilization being tortured over the course of many generations as their ability to withstand violence and natural disasters was routinely tested by this automated intelligence.
Huh.
It simply detected you and discerned that you were part of the local civilization and your resilience needed to be tested. And so it drew things that you thought of as difficult to survive, Klingons and Hakip and jungles, and put them in front of you.
Can I turn it off?
You've already destroyed it. That was the
Oh, okay.
consequences. There's a lot you can't get because you intentionally destroyed it.
Okay.
But you can still read some of the like translate some of the control panels and kind of
Right.
get an idea. But like who the civilization who left it was, who the civilization that's been wiped out by being basically tortured, all of those details are lost now.
Well, better to lose some of that than to lose the away party. So yeah, I'll report to the captain that it appears to be safe. There is some information to be gathered, but unfortunately, due to the actions we had to take to survive, we're not going to learn too much more than what we already have.
Yeah, all the dense information is
Yeah.
is basically lost. Anything else will have to be through more traditional archaeological
Mm.
And
techniques.
I'll spend enough threat to end the scene and the episode as you go to inform the captain, and the captain replies back that y'all have gotten word that there is an anticipated incursion across the neutral zone with the Klingons, and you don't have the time or capacity to ensure that Starfleet returns here.
Well, we better go. 3 to beam up.
And
Oof.
that's World of Strife.
Well, we barely survived. But hey, we survived, and the planet is less deadly than it was before. It probably has other things to do with it, but that's not the Andromeda's problem anymore. So, for all of you watching out there, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing and running, thank you very much for doing so. And I hope to see you all again next time. Bye.
Yeah, we really just did barely survive that.
Oh.
Ooh,
Yeah.
y'all threat starved me so much.
We kind of
Yeah,
had
we
to.
were
It was
dying.
well, it was